that were probably aware of who I was. So I'll do a brief introduction. So yeah, as Lewis has said, my name's Jay Stanningforth. I'm a performance mindset coach. So I think the way I describe it is I'm not going to discredit anything that's woo-woo, but if I can't describe it or explain it with psychology, neuroscience, biology, chemistry, anything like that, then I'm probably not going to teach it or talk about it too much. So I have kind of a mission in life for anything that is woo-woo, like manifestation. My goal is to be able to explain that with science so that people that don't believe in it understand how it works, and therefore belief drives action. As Lewis said a moment ago, if you believe something, you're more likely to do something with it. Therefore, I help people understand how and why something works so that they believe it and then do something with it and therefore get the results. As an example, there's a client of mine called Dave, who's an agency owner. He went from 25K year one to 125K year two. And then I taught him nothing new. Nothing new was discussed or shared or anything like that. Just shifted his perspective around belief. And he went from 125K to 500K the following year, doing exactly the same things as he did the year before, just with a different mindset around it. So things like that is what I focus on. As Lewis has said, I've worked with Lewis. I've built my own portfolio. So I've got a £4 million property portfolio myself in the UK. And then my main business is coaching. I did it as a passion, and it's just something I love. I love helping people. I love helping people to unlock their potential without them feeling like they need necessarily a new strategy or a new funnel or a new ad or a new whatever. Sometimes it is strategy that you need, but often I think the answers are within us, and we have to unlock those first before we start finding strategies and tactics. So in a way, that's what we're going to talk about today. Can you all see this screen that I'm sharing? Yeah? I can't see any nods. So I can only see a few people. So just to check. Yeah, okay, I can see Joe. Thank you. So yeah, I'm going to talk about the psychology of impossible goal setting. And I think this is a really important one because most people's goals, to put it bluntly, are crap. We set goals based on who we are today. So we set goals that really all it is if I wait enough time and keep doing what I'm doing, this is the goal I'm going to achieve because time will naturally get me there. That doesn't really help you to grow. And I want to go into the psychology and kind of like the belief behind goal setting to help you guys understand how you can actually stretch the version of who you are and actually collapse time between where you are now and where you wanted to get to in, let's say, 10 years and make that stuff happen a lot sooner. So that's what we're going to go into. I want you guys to understand how this works because, like I said, once you understand how something works, you're going to believe it, and belief will drive action. So that's what we're going to get into with this today. Let me make sure this, yeah, it just, there you go. So yeah, your beliefs determine your results because you only ever act on what you believe to be true. That's basically what I've just said. You will only take action towards things that you think are true. If I said, go and run through that wall head first and a bag of money will fall into your hands, no one on this call, I would imagine, are going to do that because you don't believe it to be true. But if I just did it now and I ran into the wall and I went through it and a bag of money landed in my hands, although it seems implausible, you're probably still going to go, oh, actually, well, he just did it. So, and that's how we change belief. We've all heard the Roger Bannister story about, is it running the 4 minute mile? I think it was from memory. Like no one had done it. Doctors said that your heart would explode if you tried it. And then he did it. And then over 100 people the following year did it as well and even beat his time. Nothing changed other than belief. That's all that changed. So if what you believe to be true is in fact not true, you are massively going to limit your ability. So think about that. Think about what in your life right now you believe to be like reality, your reality, but is in fact not reality. It's just a facade. It's just something in front of you that's stopping you from getting you to where you want to go. Now, most of us live life like that. We live in a reality that is real for us, but not for everyone else. Think about it where you say, oh, it's not possible for me to own a £10 million a year business. Okay, well, that's not true. It might be true in your head, in your reality, that that's not what's possible because of the limitations that you perceive to be true about yourself. But the reality is, it's not true that you can't run a £10 million a year business. You could, because it's not impossible. It might be difficult, but it's not impossible. So if you believe something that holds you back from opportunity, You missed the opportunity. Now, as we say, the opportunity of a lifetime passes you by every single day. Now, some people don't believe that to be true, and therefore they won't notice it. But if you are acting and showing up as the right person, eventually you are going to be the right person with the right skill, the right knowledge, the right intention at the right time and in front of the right person. And that's how we get lucky and meet the perfect person that puts an opportunity in front of us. Luck is not really a thing, because if it was just about luck, you wouldn't be doing the things that got you in front of that opportunity in the first place. You have to be taking the steps before the luck becomes luck. Otherwise, it's a missed opportunity. So I want you to ask yourself, what in your life do you believe that you cannot do, but you either haven't tried at all or you haven't tried with 100% all in effort? Now, Rochelle just gave a great example there where she said that she didn't really know what she was doing too much, but she decided based on the bit of information she did have that posting every single day on LinkedIn was something that would probably move her towards where she needed to get to. And she did that. She went all in on LinkedIn, doing what she perceived to be the minimum input that would eventually give her the output that she wanted. Now, if she didn't believe that, if she believed that this is a waste of time and LinkedIn's not going to help and she hasn't got the right experience and a profile on LinkedIn doesn't say enough about property, so why are people going to be interested in this? If that was the case, then she wouldn't have kept doing it. So she wouldn't have gone all in or wouldn't have tried at all. So have a think about that. Obviously, we're super short on time today, so it's not going to be too interactive on this, but just run that thought through your head because what you think, so the thing that comes up in your head, creates an emotion. This is the dumbest way of explaining this. I've seen people talk about it this way, and I'll show you another way to think about it in a second. But whatever comes into your head as a thought will elicit an emotion. The emotion that comes up will determine whether or not you take the action or what action you take. And whether or not you take the action or the action that you take determines the result that you get. This is the baseline that most people will teach you. Now, there's a slightly deeper understanding to this in that the things that you think, so your thoughts, are created from the things that you've heard or the experiences that you've had, seen, etc. That creates a feeling. That a feeling will determine an emotion that you have, which will then create the action, which will then create the result. That's the way that I like to look at this, because not everything that you think is something that you have personally experienced. It can be something you've heard, something you've been told, something passed on to you from a parent. Like these are all things that we can get right. But then there comes one thing that stops you from taking the action that you need to take. And that thing is this. And just to make that clearer for you, the fear. The fear of. The fear of something is what actually stops you from doing the things that you need to do, from getting the things that you want to get, from achieving the goals that you've written in your diary for the past 3 years, but never really made any progress on it at all. That's what it is, the fear. So if you are saying that you want a life or you want to achieve something that you haven't really moved towards, haven't really made progress on, right now, if you've been writing this goal down for a while, you're probably putting it down to inability, lack of skill, lack of knowledge, lack of connections. It's just not for me. This doesn't happen to people like us. I'm not lucky enough. All of these things. But the reality is, it's probably down to fear. Fear of some sort, fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of not looking right, not being right, fear of whatever, uncovering that your friends aren't good enough, that your family aren't supportive enough, that actually you need to leave your partner to get to you to where you want to get to. Like these are some things that come up that are scary, right? I've told, well, not to most of you guys probably, but I actually told the story of I wasted a lot of my life until I was getting close to 30. I'd studied psychology, I got my degree, I'd gone into neuroscience and all this sort of stuff. Academically, I'd pushed into things that I wanted to push into, but I'd never actually actioned them in terms of making it part of my life. Because, and I can't blame her completely, but I'd married someone that liked to take a lot of drugs and liked to drink a lot. And I DJ'd at the weekends, which kind of aligned with what she wanted to do. And when I said that I wanted to write a book and start a business, her exact words were made to me were, "Who the fuck wants to hear about your life, Jay? What have you achieved?" So I went to see Tony Robbins, and within 2 months, I divorced her. Within a year, I'd written a book, I'd launched a business, and I had over £1 million worth of property. Now, I can't say that she was the reason I didn't have those things, but what I can say is that having her around provided just enough of an excuse not to do anything about it. So I'm not saying go and analyze your relationships now, but analyze your life, analyze what comes up for you, because sometimes, the fear of starting again, the fear of losing half of everything that I put into a house, a relationship, a fear of having to change my friend group, move town, all of these things, like tell my parents that my marriage had broken down, all of these things, there was a fear around these things. The perception of failure for the guy that on paper looked successful, like losing his marriage, like that was scary to me, right? And that's the reason I stayed with it for 7 years, even though I knew I was unhappy for at least 5 of those years. So think about it. What is fear stopping you from doing, from achieving? Because sometimes it is a big change. And sometimes it takes a big change to create a real result and push you towards the things that you actually want to achieve. So, what fear do you have around going all in on your business, on your goals, on your dreams, on your life? Have a think about that. What comes up for you? What comes up for you when you think about that? Tony Robbins, when I went to see him at this event, he got me to do this. It wasn't just me, it was 10,000 people, but he basically got us to imagine this perfect life of what we wanted to achieve, how we wanted things to be. And I had this crazy image come up in my mind of like being able to help and contribute and all this amazing stuff. And he said, but there's a reason that you're not doing it. And he said, and in my head, I thought, well, I don't know what it is because otherwise I'd have just fixed it. And he said, but you do know what it is. All of you know exactly what it is. And I want you to have this image of the thing, the very specific thing that's stopping you from getting to where you want to get to, from having the things that you want to have. Bring that image to your vision now. And that was when my wife, or my now ex-wife, her face came into my head. And that's the thing that made me start going, oh, okay. Now I can't blame her. My life is my responsibility. But that was one of the first signs that actually the doubts and stuff that I had, maybe there is some truth behind this. And that's when I had to change. So have a think about that yourself. What fear do you have that's stopping you from taking action or going all in on the things that you want to have, the life you want to create, the dreams you want to achieve, even the places you want to go, the people you want to meet? Like, what's stopping you? Have a think about that. Okay. So now, if you had something come up in your mind that's stopping you, like I say, it's going to be a fear. Then I want you to do this little exercise. This is kind of a cognitive behavioral technique. And you can use this anytime you want. So if you want to screen grab these next few slides, then you can use this in your own time as well. But whenever you want to do something and you feel like something's holding you back and stopping you from getting there, I want you to name the fear to start with, like we've just done. Once you've named the fear, I want you to think about what is the absolute most ridiculous, worst case thing you could imagine would happen if you just did it anyway. If you just took the action anyway, what's the, and remember the word absolute ridiculous, worst case thing that you could imagine would happen. Okay. So let's say it's like making some calls to try and land a really big client. Well, the absolute worst case thing that could probably happen in that case was that you call the company up, they recognize you, they go onto your LinkedIn and start messaging you saying, no, I'm never going to work with you, what a loser. They post something on social media saying, don't work with this person. Like, go crazy, like go ridiculous, because the reality is most of our fears are ridiculous anyway. So we might as well just play into that. Once you've got the absolute worst case, ridiculous thing that could happen if you did it, we then say, okay, well, what's the absolute ridiculous best case scenario? What's the absolute ridiculous best thing that could happen? And that could be that you ring them up and they say, do you know, I'm actually looking at your profile right now on LinkedIn, and we've got 17 clients that would love to work with you. And I was actually just about to call you. And they actually want to pay you above what you're asking. Yeah, do you know what I mean? So you go ridiculous. What's the absolute ridiculous best case scenario? So now we've got both cases, ridiculous worst, ridiculous best. Then what we have to look at is what's the middle ground most realistic outcome that's likely to happen? If I do this, if I take this step, if I take this action, what is actually likely to happen? And it's that middle ground realistic thing. And for most people, most of the time, it's actually not going to be that bad. It's actually still going to feel like progress. We're going to learn something, we're going to grow from it, and it's we have to bring things down to reality, like recognize what's happening, the reason we're thinking of this worst case, the reason we're thinking of this best case, and then what's actually likely to happen. And if that what is likely to happen, the most likely thing to happen is not that bad, which honestly 99 times out of 100 is not that bad, it makes it a lot easier to do it. Okay. So anytime you get stung or stumped or stuck by fear, run this exercise. Go ridiculous worst case, ridiculous best case, and then think about what is actually the most likely realistic thing to happen. And ask yourself, is that so bad? Because if it's not, that's a reason to take a step forward. Most people don't even take the first step. Again, I think Rochelle was talking about being a procrastinator. Most people are building a life where they're trying to see the top of the staircase when they've not even stepped on the first step yet. And I like to imagine life is a staircase and there's lots of turns, and this staircase is really tall. And this staircase is in a really dark room, and you've got a really crap torch. Now, you're never going to see the top, not with clarity. So, what we might as well do is use it to just light up the first step as best as we can. And once we've lit that first step up, take the step. Because as soon as you take that first step, what becomes clearer? The next step. So then we light that up as best as we can, then take the next step. And we just keep doing that. And that's how we make progress. We don't have to wait for something to be perfect. We don't have to have all the details, because the reality is life changes a lot now and it changes fast. If you spend too long planning and trying to uncover all the details, by the time you've uncovered them and you're confident and comfortable to actually take the step, the game has changed. The game will have changed. Look at social media, the algorithms, AI, everything changes. Look at legislation and property. Look at the housing prices. Look at mortgage rates. If you piss around for too long, you are not going to make progress, because the game will just change around you. And all you are is further behind. Yeah, that's why they say if you're not moving forward, you're dying. And that's because if you stand still, not everyone else is standing still around you. They're taking steps forward. So you're moving down by not moving. You're moving backwards by not moving. That's what's happening. So we have to take the action, and we have to set ourselves up and create an understanding of what's happening so that we're willing to take the action. And that's why we can do this cognitive behavioral technique to understand, is the worst case and the best case actually that bad? They probably are, but so what's the middle ground? Can we actually move forward with that? Most likely, yes. So let's take the next step. And I love this saying. I'm going to say that I've created this because I've never found it anywhere else. And I don't know how I came about it. So every bad situation provides good data to learn from, grow from, and improve upon. That's the reality. So even if you take a step and everything goes to crap, it doesn't matter, because it's just a bad situation, and a bad situation is going to give you good data. It's just life's way of saying, hey, you took a step forward and there's something that you don't know that you need to know to get to where you want to go. So pay attention to this, learn this, and then go again, because you're going to get further next time. You may even just do it next time. That's what it's telling you. Experience is the only teacher, like the only true teacher. We can learn and get ideas from other people, but until we do it ourselves, we don't truly learn. So if you want to learn, grow, and improve, then you have to be willing to encounter bad situations. And in order to encounter a bad situation, you have to be willing to take a step before you have all the information. That's the reality of it. Get that line in the sand, because then you can see how bad that line is, and then we can just improve upon it. So the reason we do this exercise is that you have, in a way, two parts of the brain. We know that's not the reality, but if we keep it simple, we have the emotional part of the brain, which is mostly built around the amygdala, which is the threat center. That's going to help you to catastrophize the situation, which is often what stops us from taking action. Oh, I don't want to go into this trade because I could blow my account. Okay, well, that's not really going to happen because we have safety measures in place, right? But that's what we think. It catastrophizes. Then your logical brain, which is your prefrontal cortex, is going to rationalize. So we want to catastrophize, like we want to logically control the catastrophization so that we know it's crazy, which is why we go the ridiculous side. And then we want to logically rationalize by going completely the opposite side, which is the good side, the positive side. And then we want to come somewhere in the middle, which is getting perspective. That's the process we've just gone through, okay? Just to understand how that worked. So once you've done this, this forms what we call identity, how you see yourself, self perception. And one of the best things that you can do is have an awareness of thinking about the way that you think about things. Even better, think about the way that you think about yourself and the way that you think. I know that's quite complicated, but when you can start to do that, you actually take a lot of control. You take control back, because you can actually decide how to change the way that you are seeing yourself, how you can change the way that you see the way that you think about the way that you see things. Yeah, it's like the ultimate knowledge, the ultimate self-awareness. Because if you can see these things, you can see the way that you see things, and you can make a decision, a conscious, logical decision of, does this actually make sense? Does my reality actually make logical sense as being the reality? Yes or no? And if you've ever done a skydive or a bungee jump or anything like that, you've probably experienced this, where you stand on the edge and you think, well, I'm not jumping out there because I don't want to die. But then you think, well, that's what I think. And I'm obviously panicking. And my nervous system's going crazy. I'm in fight or flight response here. Like everything is shaking, but I know that I'm safe. So I'm going to do this anyway, because logically, I'm going to be safe. That's how we need to approach a lot of things that come up in life. You know that you're going to be safe. Sure, you could get injured and whatever, and something could go wrong, and you might wet yourself, whatever. But who knows what's going to happen? But the reality is, most likely, you are going to be okay. So just lean into it anyway. Take the jump. That's what we've got to do, because we've taken all necessary safety measures that can be taken to now decide to go and do this. And that's what we've got to do. That's what we've got to do in life. And when you can actually have that self-awareness of looking at how you see things, how your reality works, that actually enables you to change the way that you see yourself, change your identity. And this is a positive thing to do, because most of us operate from something called identity lag. So this is why you are this is why you are where you are now, and not where you keep saying you want to be. Your brain is operating from an outdated model. Yeah. So this is basically saying the person you need to become to get to where you want to go is not the person that you are yet. And the person that you are today that has gotten you to where you are today is not the person that's going to be able to get you there either. So we have to consciously make an effort to uncover who is the person that I need to become to get to the goals that I want to achieve. Now, for most people, what they'll do is they'll look at their life today and who they are today and then set goals based on that person. And then they'll spend the next 5, 10 years or however long trying to become that person so that they can eventually achieve that goal. I think that's a backwards way of looking at things. I think that's the long way of looking at things, and I also think it's the easy way to do it. Like you're setting goals that are obvious to you're going to achieve if you just keep doing what you're doing. I don't want to live life like that. So I'm going to explain in detail why. When you set goals like that, you're setting goals based on limiting beliefs. Like right now, all of us have limiting beliefs. Like all of us, how much we can earn, how much we can do, what's possible, what's not possible. We are operating from a state of limit based on what we've experienced up until now. And we all have limiting beliefs based on how we see ourselves, which is ultimately identity, which is what we've spoken about. So, for example, we might say, well, I don't want to become too successful because I don't have too much stress. I want to spend time with my kids. So let's not get too crazy. Therefore, we limit our success. Or we might not want to take on too many clients. So we might start sabotaging the amount of people that we bring on, therefore limiting how much we earn, because I don't want to take on too much work because I don't think I can handle it. And, it's going to be harder to do that. It's going to be harder to manage this business if I get too much on. Or taking more rest. I don't really want to take too much rest because that's not what Alex Hormozy or Grant Cardone says they should do. They should not have a holiday for 3 years and just go all in on the business till I make it, and then I can rest at that point. And I'm not weak, so yeah, I'll just keep going and just burn myself out into the ground and make it so that I have to put 150% in every day to achieve 40% of what's possible. Like that. This is a thing that a lot of us are doing because of beliefs that we have, beliefs that we've picked up from other people, and what we've been trained to believe is the norm. So I want you to ask yourself, what is a belief that you hold about yourself or your business or achieving greater success that you think could be holding you back? Now, a big one for a lot of people is about rest, holidays, downtime. They rest when they feel tired. Now, that's not a good thing to do. You shouldn't rest when you feel tired, because if you feel tired, it's because you've not planned rest. We should be building rest into our routine. It's part of the journey. Rest is a tactic, a strategy to actually come back full of energy and get the things that we want to get, achieve the things we want to achieve. That's what rest is. So you shouldn't be getting to the point where you feel exhausted and now I feel like I need to have a rest and I'm not going to do the thing that I planned because I'm so tired. So that could be something. Rest is part of the journey. Rest is part of the strategy. It's not a weakness in me that pulls me away from it. Okay. Next question. What belief do you feel has helped you to get you to where you are today, but you recognize that it won't get you to where you want to go? Have a think about that. That could be the I'm not going to have a holiday this year. I'm just going to go all in, graft. I know I'm going to work some late nights. Lewis even talked about it. I'm going to sacrifice my health a bit, my healthy eating, my gym routine, my 10,000 steps a day, just because this year's a big year. Everything's new and I've got to do all these things to get to where I want to go. I recognize that this is not going to be a year of getting a six pack for me. So I'm going to sacrifice that. That might be a belief that you've held and it's got you to where you are today, but is that going to get you to where you want to get to? Or are you going to burn out? Are you going to become ill? Are you going to start letting things slip because you're not showing up as the full potential version of yourself because you're showing up half baked, no energy? Yeah, have a think about that. What has to change that has helped you so far, but is not going to help you in this next leg of the journey? Now, this is a bit I want to explain to you that I said before about how most people set goals for 10 years' time and then spend 10 years becoming the person to achieve that goal. I want you to think back to like 5 or 10 years ago. I guess this depends on how old you are, but 5, 10 years ago. Back then, so 5, 10 years ago, did you believe that you would be where you are today? If you asked that version of yourself, did you believe that you'd be running your own business or paying thousands of pounds for coaching or earning the money that you earn today, having the freedom and choices that you have today, have traveled to all the places in whatever class you traveled to, in the hotels that you stayed in? Would you have believed that you would have done that 5, 10 years ago? Would you have believed that you've worked with the clients that you've worked with today 5, 10 years ago? Now, for most of us, the answer is going to be no. If I think back 10 years ago, how old would I have been? So I'm 38 now, I'd have been 28. So 28, I'd not long got married to someone that I knew I wasn't in love with just because it seemed like the easiest, least path of least resistance. That's where I was. I was working a 9 to 5 job. I didn't have any investments. I didn't have any savings. I wasn't really, other than like my psychology stuff, I wasn't really reading anything. I was drinking a lot. I was taking substances. Like I was, that was me 10 years ago. Would I have thought, like, I wouldn't have even thought about buying a house other than the house that I lived in that I could barely afford. I wouldn't have thought any different. I wouldn't have thought about coaching hundreds of business owners from all around the world. I wouldn't have thought about that. Just none of these things would have come into my head to even fathom this. I wouldn't have thought about having friends that actually ran businesses and wanted me to like achieve things and succeed. I wouldn't have dreamt about having conversations about stocks and finance and strategy and mark. Like I would never have thought that that would have been something that I would have done. I'm 2 years sober now. I've not drank anything for 2 years, and obviously I've not taken substances for way longer than that. But I would never have thought that I would have been able to go a month without drinking alcohol. Not because I was addicted to it or anything, but just because it was part of my life. Whereas now I'm 2 years in, I'd never thought that this would have been possible. And I have to ask myself, what do you think if I'd have sat through my goals 10 years ago, what sort of things would I have written down? Would I have been writing that what I want 20 million pounds worth of property? Would I have been writing that I want to have over 1,000 people in a community, business owners, helping and supporting each other in a mastermind capacity? Would I have thought that? Would I have been saying that I want to have written a book that is a Times bestseller? I wouldn't have said any of these things, but these are my goals now. So if I look back, and do you know, what, let's even take it a step back. Like I say, I've got a £4 million property portfolio now. Would I have said that I would have wanted a £4 million property portfolio by now? No, I wouldn't. I would have even said I wanted an extra property. So if I look back now and think, if I've already achieved beyond what I can comprehend, why am I now setting goals 10 years or 5 years in the future that I already know are possible? Do you see the limitation there? I've already proven that I can achieve beyond what I can even think about. So why are today's goals being set based on what I know is possible? It's just going to take time. I'm limiting myself because I'm setting goals that don't require me to become a different version of myself. They just require me to keep doing what I'm doing and being who I'm being because I know I'm going to get there. So what this means is that you need to set bigger goals than your brain thinks is safe or even thinks is possible. And that's what this process of impossible goal setting is about. Now, we definitely don't have time to go through this in detail. So what I want to do is I want to go through the steps with you and I want you guys to screen grab them. And what I'm going to give to you, if you want this, you don't have to have this. You can just add me on Instagram and I'll send you a link to access it. But in my community, I actually did a guided process of taking my clients through this. So it's about a 2 hour recording. I go through basically the psychology of it and then a guided process where I ask the questions with music and everything like that. And you basically go through the process of writing this information down and then you go through the next steps, which I'll share with you anyway. If you want this, just add me on Instagram or message me on Instagram and I'll send you a link to it and you can have it totally for free. And then you can go through this process if you want. I've done this every year for the past 7 years now. This process it's evolved and got better over time. It wasn't as good as it is now back then, but it's definitely a lot better. And if you think that that's going to be helpful to you in terms of setting goals, impossible goals that stretch not only what you're capable of, but stretch you into becoming the person that you're able to become and collapse that time between that process happening, then let me know. My Instagram, I will put it in there, but I don't know, Lewis, if you could paste it in there as well so people can get to it, like the link. But it's just J Staniforth Mindset, just so that you know. That's my tag. So Jay Staniforth and then Mindset. But I'll share it at the end as well anyway, just in case. But yeah, let's get into this. So like I say, pay attention to it, but screen grab things because we're not going to have time to go through this in detail. But the goal here is to stretch beyond realistic goals, to rewire your brain patterns around discomfort, failure, and uncertainty, and anchor identity to a version of yourself actually 10 years ahead. We want to set goals that the version of you in 10 years would want you to set, not the version of you that is built in limitation and restriction. So we're going to cover why most goals are too small and why they're uninspiring. The reason that impossible does not mean unrealistic, it means it just can't be done with who you are now. And that's totally okay because you're not going to do it right now. You're not going to achieve your 10-year goals today. Ideally, we want to get the time collapsed still, so it takes less than 10 years, but we want to set 10-year goals based on who you're going to be in 10 years. And we also want to use vision to overcome hesitation and procrastination. So screen grab this. If you don't want the video, you don't want the guided process, then you can just go through these questions one-on-one and just answer them yourselves. But if you do want the guided meditation, then, I mean, screen grab these questions anyway, but you'll be guided through these questions with music and everything. So yeah, hopefully everyone's screen grabbed that now. If not, Lewis is recording this anyway, so you can get it. Now, once you've done that process, remember that those goals there, they are for you setting goals for yourself in 10 years, 10 years time. Right now, what you answer to this section is going to be built around limitation. You're going to have restriction there because you're going to say, what does your business look like in 10 years if nothing holds you back? And although the words say nothing holds you back, your brain is still going to think about all the things that would hold you back. So you're going to set 10-year goals that are limited. That's okay at this point, right? You're going to think a bit bigger than normal, maybe because of what we've gone through, but there's still going to be limitation. Once we've done that, we're now going to do this process. If every goal that you've just written down for those 10-year questions had to happen in just 5 years' time, and let's say it did happen in 5 years' time, because you're void of fears, void of limiting beliefs, anything that you have right now, all the doubts that you have, nothing was there, pure belief. So you achieved those 10-year goals in 5 years. What would 10 years look like now? If you were on track, you hit the 5-year goals, which is the 10-year goals originally, what would 10-year goals look like now? Because they're going to have to be bigger than the things that you just thought you would achieve in 10 years' time, right? So you're going to be starting to stretch into things that you previously didn't think were possible. And I know that listening to this, you might be thinking, I don't see how this is going to work. Like, this is going to trick me. This is the process that I took my client Dave through. He originally went from 25K to 125K, which was strategy based. It wasn't a mindset issue. That was strategy. He just needed to work things better. Then his next goal was to go from 125K to 250. And I told him that that was a crap goal because he already knows he's going to hit that. And then I just talked him through different things, took him through this process, and he did over 500,000. He also got his penthouse apartment in Dublin, his dream car, traveled for 2 months of the year, did a mastermind for a month in Bali, and met a girlfriend that's now living, well, they're living between two countries with each other. So a lot happened in 1 year for Dave. And like I said, I didn't teach him anything new. I just went through this process with him and told him that his original 10-year goals were crap. So some of those things that he thought were going to happen in 5, 6, 7 years, he did in 12 months, even after he'd stretched everything. So screen grab this slide as the next step once you've gone through that, because this is where you're gonna start creating stretch goals, effectively what are impossible goals, because you don't actually know how you're gonna make these things happen right now. And that's fine. You don't need to know. You just need to believe that it's possible. So then what you've got is you've got your new 10-year goals, which is your impossible goals. You've got your 5-year goals, which are your original 10-year goals. Now what you need to ask yourself is, where would I need to logically be in 1 year to be on track to hit those 5-year goals? And you just go through those questions again for 1 years. So then once you've done that, you've got your 1 year goals, you've got your 5-year goals, which is your original 10-year goals, and you've got your 10-year goals, which are your impossible goals. So you've now got a process, okay? So again, just screen grab that. Now, the reason we do this, just to explain, if I said to you, you've got 3 weeks to move out of your house, you'd take a certain amount of action over the course of 3 weeks to have everything out of your house, right? So you take lots of little small actions, getting things in place. But if I said you've got till the end of the day to get everything out of your house, otherwise whatever's left in there you can't have, what do you think you're going to do? You're still going to move out of the house, right? In a day, you're going to do it because it's possible. But you're going to go beyond what you would have normally done, what is normal to expect of yourself. So you're going to take bigger actions. You're going to take maybe even bigger risk. You might put more finance into it. You might pay for someone to come and help you, whereas you wouldn't have before. So what would have normally taken you 3 weeks, because that's what you believe to be an acceptable amount of time to get everything sorted, you're going to do in 24 hours. You're collapsing the time. Now, I know that's a bit of a weird example, but you get the point. You're going to do the same thing with your business. You're going to take bigger action, bigger steps, not burn yourself out, but you're going to push beyond what would have normally been comfortable, not beyond what is possible, because we act based on comfort, not on possibility. And our comfort is determined by what we believe to be realistic, not possible. So this is the reason we do this. You start to take those bigger actions. And also part of your brain called the reticular activating system, which is like a filter that filters in things that align with what it believes to be important and filters out things that contradict what you believe to be important or true. So as you start to do this, your reticular activation system starts to get trained on what you want in life, what you believe to be important. And this is how, remember we talked about the opportunity of a lifetime passing you by every single day. If your reticular activating system isn't tuned in with these goals, these impossible goals that you want to achieve, if that's tuned in, it will start to filter in things that align with what you're trying to achieve. Okay? Like you've all played yellow car, where you walk around town, don't notice anything, then a friend says, oh, let's play yellow car. Every time you see a yellow car, whoever shouts it first gets to punch the other person. Hopefully you played that as kids, not now as adults. But we've all played it, right? How many cars did you see before someone said, let's play yellow car? Probably none. And then all of a sudden, yellow cars everywhere. And that's because you don't want to get hit. You want to hit the other person. So now yellow cars are important to you and your brain is filtering in those things. It starts to filter them in. It's like that, but with your goals. It works the exact same way, except for with yellow car, you're consciously having to look for the cars. With the reticular activating system, it would naturally just pull those things in for you, almost effortlessly. It's like a cheat code for the brain. Yeah. Okay. So I think this is the main message for this, that you don't grow as an individual, as a person, by achieving goals, which is what most people try to do. You grow by pursuing impossible ones. I'm going to say that again. So you don't grow by achieving goals. You grow by pursuing impossible ones. You need to be setting goals that are beyond what you currently believe is possible for you if you expect to grow. And if you want to collapse time between where you're trying to get to and where it's actually possible for you to get to and now, then you've got to be pushing beyond what you currently believe is possible. Don't be setting goals based on the limitations that you have today, because that's what everyone else is doing. And that's why it takes people 10 years to achieve their 10-year goals. You can make it happen faster. My original 10-year goal for property was £1 million in property. because my idea, my belief of what would make me successful was £1 million because I'd seen shows like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire and all these types of things. So £1 million to me was going to change my life. I actually did my 10-year goal of £1 million in 18 months, and I did it in one deal, my first ever property deal. So it just goes to show that when someone helps to start making you think differently, thinking bigger than what your limitations are, you can actually achieve things way faster. And that might sound stupid, but I achieved my 10-year goal nearly 9 years faster than what was possible. If I'd have just carried on life on my own and not had coaches or education or training or whatever, it probably would have taken me 10 years because I'd have just found lots of really tiny houses to try and build £1 million portfolio. So the steps would have been smaller. But because someone changed the way that I saw the world, changed the way that I saw investing, I thought, well, what if I could just do it in one deal? And that's what I did. I shortcut the journey. You can do this with all of your goals. Every single goal you can do this with. Yeah, thank you. So I know I overran slightly, Lewis, so I don't know what time we have for questions or whatever, but I'm here if needed.
I'll make some time for a couple of questions. So if there's any questions that people have got, then feel free to throw them over to Jay. Jay will share these slides with you as well. Just message him on Instagram. I've shared it a couple of times, but I'll share it again. There we go. Lots of people saying thank you. Uh, no questions that have come through just yet. So does anybody have any questions for Jay? No, there we go.
All
Nailed it.
good. Answered everything.
Yeah, we're going to be working on a couple of these goal setting things in this afternoon session as well. We're also going to be having our lunch break at 12:15 today. So if you're desperate for a wee or for a nibble of something, food, that is nibble of food, then we will be doing that at 12:15. So yeah, lots of thank yous. And again, if you do have any questions, then feel free to message Jay. Oh, we've got what? There's a couple have come through now. Uh, how many degrees do you have?
Degrees. So I have the psychology and neuroscience degree, and then after that, I've done certifications. So I think I have probably 14 certifications, 15. I've literally just renewed my neuroscience certification and my breathwork certification. So I've renewed those this year.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Gary says, you don't have to answer this one, but he would love to know what your 2025 cost you emotionally.
Mm. I would say um, probably connection. I think I lost connection with people that had maybe helped me to get where I am today because I was so focused this year on getting to where I want to be. We had a lot of issue in our property portfolio this year. An agent that stole over £30,000 from us, and we had to take our portfolio back. And I was working with a client, so I'd basically working with him almost like a 9 to 5, but without the restriction. And he lost direction in his business at the end of last year. So this year I left him and just did everything on my own. So I'd set my goals in December, and come January, they had to all completely change because I reset my goals every December basically. They had to completely change because I wasn't working with this one client anymore. So I had to start a business, and then my portfolio was no longer hands free. So I had to get hands on. And because of that, I was digging so much into getting things back on track and back in place this year that I sacrificed a lot of time and kind of isolated myself from a lot of people. And a lot of my relationships just became online. And I think connection was one of the things that I really sacrificed this year because of that, that I don't intend on sacrificing this year. Hopefully that answers it.
Brilliant. Rapid fire on this one. Did you have to go into debt to achieve your goals?
I mean, technically, yes, because like a degree and things like that. But at 28, when I made that transition, I used a credit card to buy a course. And then I actually, because I maxed out one credit card, I used a swap of skills. So I was really good at marketing. I used to be group marketing director of a group of software companies. And I helped a property trainer actually scale his business to 1.2 million in his first 18 months. And I did an exchange of services where he helped me with some of the property knowledge that I needed. So that exchange was one way that I found around getting into more debt. And then I raised investor finance, kind of like Rochelle was saying, put myself out there on social media, found a deal, and just again looked for what I had that someone didn't have. They had money, didn't have time. I had time, and I had a deal, and just connected that way. I think the world is still there to be traded with. I know we use money a lot now, but if you can find the right people and present yourself in the right way, it's not always the best option, but sometimes it is the fastest option or even the only option. Trade. Like you can still trade with people for things.
Yeah. Final question here from Lauren. Do you have advice for how we soul search for dreaming up the impossible goals? Is it better to perhaps have some coaching sessions for that type of thing?
You can do if you are finding that you're really limited. Some people, the way that they've set goals has been taught by the way like school would teach you to plan out things, and that's really limiting. So if you've not had coaching in that sort of area before, you definitely can do that. It's not the only way, but I would say if you're struggling with it, for example, I'd say go through that meditation thing, the guided thing that I can give you for free anyway. Because when you've got music there, you're being guided, someone's giving you some inspiration. I think that can really help break you out of your thinking patterns, can help you push you in the right direction. But if you're struggling after that, yeah, maybe get yourself a coach.
Awesome. And we're going to be working on some of that this afternoon as well. So, Jay, thank you very much for joining us. Again, everyone in the
Pleasure.
chat, there is Jay's Instagram just there. So feel free to drop him a message. And Jay, I will see you at my house in a few hours.
Yes, I'm about to set off. So see you later, guys. I should be back on in a few hours' time.
Yes, speak to
Bye.
you, Jay. Bye. So uh, you've got me now, a shorter version, because I knew Jay was going to overrun and I told him he could overrun. So I sent him a little message because it was just so good. So I didn't want him to rush it too much. I know we're very much throwing skills and information knowledge at you. We could literally spend a whole week doing this stuff with you, and I'd love to do that, but it feels a bit impractical. Maybe a weekend in the future of an in-person. Give me a yes in the chat if you quite like the idea of an in-person, maybe 2 days together, really digging in and going through this stuff at some point in the future. Okay, cool. I've set myself a job there. We'll see if we can make it happen, but this time of year is so tricky for people. It's a great time of year to set goals. Maybe we'll do a mid-year goal setting or goal setting refresh. Um, Right. I'm going to tell you in the next 12 minutes now because I've got the absolutely incredible Andres waiting to share with you about. And Andres is very kind, always speaks at this event for us because I think he's probably the smartest human being I've ever met. But you're going to have to put up with me for the first 10 minutes before we pass over to Andres, talking all about how stress impacts us um, and how we can limit its impact on us so we can be the best version of ourselves. So what I'm going to talk to you about is I'm going to share with you the results of the star trading method over the past 12 months. So for those of you who are already star traders, then you may have heard mention of this, but I'm going to go into a bit more detail than I've gone into before with these, but rapid fire because of timing. Those of you who aren't star traders, this is what you could have won if you'd mastered the skill set of trading. So I'm going to share my screen and then we're going to go straight into it. Like I said, I am going to rush through this a little bit, but I am also going to invite you to some masterclasses that we're doing, which are really going to dig into the details. So this is going to be a bit more of an overview. So the results of the star trading method for 2025. Now, quick question for you all. How do you already invest? So do you already just put money in savings? Are you maybe someone who is running a business, or do you just have a job? Do you invest in property? Do you put money aside in a pension? Do you already trade the financial markets, or maybe in stocks and shares? Are you investing in cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin, or are you just investing in knowledge? So you've got a total possible points here of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So how many of these do you have currently in terms of your wealth building or your wealth investing? So well, just don't have to tell me which ones, just how many of these are you currently actively investing in? Gary says 4, Andy says 6, Denise says 3, Sean says 7. Hello, Sean. I didn't see you sneak in. Lovely jubbly. So brilliant. That's fantastic to hear. Let me just make sure that I've got this here in case. There we go. Yeah, perfect. Awesome. So what I'm going to be sharing with you here, I'm not going to go into loads of detail. Like I said, I've only got 10 minutes to do this, But this methodology was featured in Bloomberg because the way that we trade is very, very much focused on data. So everything that we do, every decision we make with our trading is based upon the data and what it shows us. And every single year, well, for the past 6 years, we've been live collecting this data as well to show you how it performs. So if you don't know who I am and you're wondering why you're at this event and someone has twisted your arm to be here, my name is Lewis. This is me sharing the stage with a man named Robert Kiyosaki. That's where I started my wealth creation journey over 12 years ago now. So I'm a Bloomberg featured Forex trader. I've been doing this for over 12 years. I'm a trainer and a mentor for over 15 years, probably over 20 years now, which is very scary. I should update that, but I don't want to because I have to admit that I'm aging and I hate the aging process. But anyway, although it is a privilege to age, and I'm very thankful for that indeed. I grew up in the church where I taught people how to have better lives. I did that by training as a therapist, as a counselor within the church. I just want to see people change their lives for the better. I'm a business owner and a property investor. Yes, Robert was my original mentor. Personal development enthusiast, I believe we should always grow. Featured in the press. I've got something very exciting about that coming out in the new year. Can't tell anyone just yet, but I do like to tease and breadcrumb. So I'm a husband, son, and a brother, not to the same person. Regular contributor to charities, particularly when I've had far too much Prosecco at charity events. Oh, goodness, I've forgotten. I won a bid the other day at a charity auction. Anybody fancy coming to Mexico with me? I've managed to hire for a week a luxury villa in Mexico at a charity auction. I need to make use of that. Forgot about that. I travel as often as I like. I absolutely love to travel. I empower others every day, and I absolutely love my life because I get to help others every single day. So, like I said, my investing journey began 12 years ago, where I went into debt. So I was, again, somebody who went into debt, credit card and a loan, burnt the boats, and had to move forward with my trading. So that's me and my first ever trading lesson. So the star trading method, which is the foundation of these results, is based on 5 things. Markets, and we use the climb system to have super clarity on what we're trying to identify in the market. Money management, because we want to stay safe. Modalities, the patterns we use to trade the markets. Mindset, which is why Jay is one of our coaches, because mindset is so important. And 5 is optimization, which is really how we can spend less time trading, more time making money, less risk, and more profit. So climb is made up of these different points, which is really all about understanding this chart that you see here. Again, I'm not going to go into loads of massive detail on this just yet because I don't have time to do that. But if you join me at one of my masterclasses, either mine or head mentor Josh Jones, he will be able to take you through all of this stuff. And there's loads of myths that people believe about trading, that it is riskier, it's gambling. It's only risky if you don't know what you're doing. Yes, there's risk associated, just like any form of investing, but we are low risk, we are high reward. People think you need a lot of money to start. You don't. You can start with as little as £250 or euros or dollars in your trading account. It only takes 30 minutes a day, but people think it takes a lot of your time, not when you're using the star trading method, just 30 minutes a day. People think you can only trade one market type with a system. That's not true. The star trading method can be across all financial markets. And people think it is super duper hard to learn. What makes it hard to learn is not having support, not having feedback. When you have that feedback, it's so much easier. Hodley says she's going to join me in Mexico. I love that. I don't actually know what part of Mexico. I think somewhere outside of Cancun. No, Tulum, however you say it. I think it's around there. People also think you need to be super good with maths and tech. That is not true. And again, we make sure people are supported. So once you've mastered these skills, once you know what's possible, once you know what to do rather, thinking about what Jay's talked about, what is possible? These are just some trading days that we've had, hundreds of pounds, if not thousands of pounds made. This isn't just about me though, this is about the community. The community are the ones who are getting successful trades using the star trading method. I got a text the other day saying, hey, Lewis, this is amazing. I've made over £12,000 in the past month. That is what is possible when you know what you are doing. And you can do it too. You just need to learn how. So I'm going to share with you the results now. But before I do that, in case you want to know a little bit more about this, there is a free gift from us to you, which is the ebook. So you can feel free to click that link and you can download that and give that a read. It took me 2 years to write it because I wrote it when ChatGPT didn't exist. Now, one of the things I make sure that we do is we keep people safe in the markets. But let's have a review of these results. So, a couple of assumptions we need to make when we are showing you this data. Number one is you're an action taker. You're someone who does what they say they're going to do. They take action. Number two, you've mastered the three core star trading strategies. Number three is that you are now a confident, consistent, profitable trader. Number four, you have access to £10,000 to put into your trading account. Now, remember, when you first start, you don't need to have £10,000. You can start really small. We just need to put a figure in the starting pot to see how it grows. So I'm not saying you have to have £10,000 to trade with to begin with, no. But once you know what you're doing, you can put whatever level of capital you need in there, but we need to have a starting figure. And number five, you are using the science of compound interest, which I love. And if you join us at any of our masterclasses, we will go into more detail on what that looks like. But really what compound interest is where we make interest on top of our interest, which means we leave that capital in our account. So if we make 10% one month, which is totally possible, this month I just had a 12% month, so I'm very happy with that. 1,000, 10% of that is 100. The next month that 100 stays in, you make 10% again, that is now 110. And then so on and so on, we compound, we compound, and we compound. So what I've done here is I've broken it down for you, the results in terms of quarters. So in quarter one, oh, I didn't realize this builds. That's probably a good thing. In quarter one, January, we had a total profit of plus 5.2%. Give me a yes in the bank if that is beating what you are currently making in the bank per year. We did that in just 1 month. So you can see the breakdown of our different strategies, strategy 1, strategy 2, strategy 3. In February, that was a 4.8% month. Again, you can see the breakdown per strategy. In March, that was 2.2%. So across Q1, so January, February, March, that was a growth of 12.2%. Just put the number 12 in the chat if you quite like the idea of making 12% in just 1 quarter of the year. Awesome. And again, this is just our 3 core strategies. Now, moving on to Q2, April was 3.4%. May was 8% and June was 5.8%. Again, one of the things hopefully you'll notice here is that it's not exactly the same every single month. When we talk about compound interest, we tend to have a flat average, but these results do go up, they do go down because we can't control the market. We can only control ourselves and our approach. So not every month will there be a high volume of trades. Other months there will be a high volume of trades. We just need to make sure we're there and we are consistent. So in Q2, that was a total growth for Q2 of 17.2%. Give me the number 17 if you'd be quite happy with that across April, May, and June. Awesome, lots of 17s here. Quarter 3, so July was 4.5%, August was 2.5%, September was 4.4%, which is a total of 11.4% in Q3. Again, we're way outperforming what you're making anywhere else, whether that's in property, whether that's in savings account, whether that's high interest accounts, whatever it might be, the star trading method is outperforming it. And these are the results which are reflected in our students' results and what they are achieving as well. So Q4, obviously we're not fully at the end of Q4, so I've only got October and November because December there is still some live trades running, so I can't give you the final details on that just yet. But I will be doing a masterclass at the start of January to go through these, like I said, in more detail. So October was 5.4%, November was 4.5%, December we don't know just yet, so Q4 so far is up 9.9%. I would love to say 10%, but I like to be a little bit more specific than that. So there we have it for Q4. Now, a question I always get is how do we only trade for 30 minutes per day? And I'm about to give you the full summary of the year. The way that we trade for 30 minutes a day is having really, really clear systems and processes in place. So every one of our core strategies has a core criteria. If that isn't showing itself in the market, we move on. Again, come to one of our masterclasses and we'll show you in more detail how it is we do that. So summary for 2025, Q1, Q2, Q3, Q4, there we go. And that's a total of plus 50.7%, but when you compound it, it's plus 71%. So 71% growth across 2025. Give me the number 71 in the chat if you would quite like to do that with just our core 3 strategies and without adding in any extra capital. So what does that look like? Like I said, we've got the data of live trades from the past 6 years. What does that look like from 2020 to now? So from 2020 to now, that took 10,000 in the first year to 19,000, well, 19,500. 2021, that grew to 35,000. By the way, this is if we don't add in any extra capital. By the end of 2022, it became 71,000, 23, 129,000, 24, 195,000, 2025, 335,000. So that is 10,000 to 335,000 in a 6 year period. How would these numbers change your life? Give me a yes if you think these types of numbers would change your life, even if you have to start small and then you grow big from there. So, for those of you who are already part of Star Trading, keep doing the work, keep taking that step forward. For those of you who aren't part of Star Trading and aren't mastering this skill set just yet, but you would like to know more, then learn this skill. Learn this skill. So, if you scan this QR code or you click the link in the chat there, you can join us at one of our next free masterclasses, which will go into this in a lot more detail. I've had to go super duper fast in order to make sure that I can leave as much time as possible for our next incredible speaker. But just before I pass on to our next incredible speaker, what emotion do you feel when you see those types of results, which are based upon just our three strategies, based upon the data, based upon what's actually happened in the markets and what you could achieve as well? Gary says, best decision ever made. Love it, Gary. Joe says, excited. I'm excited for you as well, Joe. Very, very excited for you indeed. Yvette says, happy. That's a good emotion to have for sure. And again, it's not impossible. We just need to learn how. If you had told me 15 years ago I would be a successful trader, I would have told you you're absolutely mad. I was more likely to believe that I was going to be running a church somewhere in America. That's more where I thought I was going to be. Oh, how life changes. So don't discount yourself from something. Just learn a little bit more about what it is you can do as well. Yes, you do need to finish learning strategy 3. Of course you do. So there we go. There is the link to the masterclass as well. And Tom, thank you very much. Star Trading is fantastic. But Star Trading is fantastic because we are a community, and our community, the people in the Star Trading, are wonderful, wonderful human beings. It is the greatest blessing of my life to have set something up which has attracted and brought in so many truly wonderful, kind, supportive people who are excited for life and want to see each other succeed. That's my favorite thing. So yeah. Sean says, can't wait for those results in 2026. And we're going to be together in Greece, Sean, as well. So we're going to be working on it for sure there. Yes, Lauren, definitely, definitely. Brilliant. So I'm going to invite up then to speak the incredible Andres, who I'm just going to make a co-host so he can share screen if he needs to and all of that sort of stuff. So Andres is a very close personal friend of mine. I love him to pieces. I think he is the smartest person I've ever met. And so I'm just going to pass straight over to him and let him share everything that he is going to share with you. So, Andres, over to you. You're currently muted. So, if you can come off of mute, that'd be great.
Oh,
Yeah, I'll hand over to
hello
Andres.
everybody. How are you doing? So thank you for the introduction, Luis. You're too kind to me. I'm not sure if, well, you said what you said was true, but I'll try to do my best now. So can you see my screen now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna just, I guess I'm gonna put you like somewhere around so you don't see me. But so do I have like 20 minutes or so?
You no, you can take the full 30 for sure.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, my name is Andres. I'm a neuroscientist. I lecture at the University of Cambridge. I have a lab at the University of Cambridge. I also have a lab in Finland, in Helsinki, in the Neuroscience Center. And I also work for a university at home, home meaning Chile. I've been living in the UK for like 12 years now. And I do research on consciousness and perception and all kinds of mental stuff that can be analyzed with electroencephalography or any kind of tool that you use for studying the brain. And what I want to share with you today is something about I guess the things that happen when you trade or where you're thinking about trading. which is stress, right? And I'm gonna talk a bit about what happens in the brain and what happens in your mind when you're stressed out. And I would like to share a bit of how to cope with it. So, so just to give you an idea, um, how to counteract stress is one of the questions that always happen around. And I think there are many ways how you can think about it. For example, you can think about, okay, I'm gonna go for a walk, or I'm gonna go to the gym, or I'm gonna exercise more, I'm gonna try to chill, whatever that means. But the truth is that scientifically, there are not that many ways how you can cope with stress, which is probably good news and bad news. And when I'm gonna try to convey the message that I'm gonna try to convey today is that um, sometimes we are a bit misled about what can we do about it, and I'm gonna try to show you a more plausible way of counteracting it. So, first of all, what is stress? Stress costs a lot of money to businesses. In the US, just I think it costs around 300 billion a year in terms of all the things that you need to do to counteract it. Stressed people, stressed employees, everyone is stressed out. And the word stress means a lot of things to many people. So if you want to be more precise, I think we can think about stress in three different ways. These slides are going to be shared by Louis, so I'm just gonna convey the main messages here. But stress, biologically speaking, is any kind of reaction of your body to a challenge or to any kind of demand. So stress is not a bad thing in itself. Acute stress, which is usually what we experience on a daily basis, for example, when you have where you're confronting or experiencing a particular situation, such as, I don't know, do I want to take this course? Do I want to learn how to trade? Any kind of thing that is short term, but it can generate some kind of a reaction, is what we call acute stress. And of course, it's very functional. It helps us managing any kind of dangerous situations. The problem starts when that stress becomes what we call chronic. And chronic stress is a reaction that lasts for a longer period of time, right? So you might have chronic stress, for example, you have money problems, an unhappy marriage, trouble at work, because these situations are not necessarily acute. They basically are chronic in the sense that they might happen from time to time, but they're consistent over time. So you're consistently exposed to this kind of acute stress. So when you're consistently exposed to acute stress, it's not acute anymore. It becomes chronic. And the problem with chronic stress is that it's very difficult to identify because our mind is very, very good at identifying bursts or small pieces of the whole puzzle, basically very peculiar situations that might be triggering that stress, but it's not very good at identifying, let's say, umbrella situations or bigger pictures in terms of what that stress might be embedded in. So this is not a chart like the ones that Louis was showing you. This is not the this is not the Bitcoin chart. It's mainly a chart that tries to show you how certain types of uh, effects in your biology might be generating acute stress and also chronic stress. So, for example, here, what we have in this axis is any kind of stressor, as we call it. Let's say, I don't know, the end of the year, any kind of situation that you might be thinking it can trigger this kind of reactions in your body. But when it's acute, it's simple to counteract. So basically, your levels of, let's say, hormones in your blood, for example, cortisol, can go up, but your body immediately manages to bring your cortisol back to a certain level that we call the homeostasis level, which is the balance, the natural tendency of your body to regulate any kind of stressor. So this is let's say the part where we're safe, where your body can counteract that stress. The problem is that if you keep having these stressors, so if you keep having this stimuli over and over again over time, as I was mentioning, it can become chronic. And chronic stress, what it does to our biology is that it sets a completely new point for that balance that I was showing you. So now, instead of going back to this point, I'm gonna admit someone. So when you were coming back to this basic level, now you have a new set point. So now every time that you have even the same stressor as in the beginning, you are in a completely different part of the chart, so to say. So now you have a completely different baseline reaction. And that is a problem because you're moving your baseline level of stress from lower to higher. And this is the part that we know as allostatic load in biology, what that basically means that you're changing your set point and you're changing the way how your body completely reacts now to any kind of stimuli, even the same ones that you had before. And the normal reaction to stress and the chronic reaction to stress has a lot of effects on your body. The most well-known one as well, the moment that your brain perceives something as threat and is sustained over time, you generate molecules, in particular cortisol, from your adrenal glands, and that cortisol goes to the bloodstream. And in the bloodstream, that cortisol can do many, many things. It can slow down your digestion, tunnel vision, accelerate your heart rate, fast breathing, increasing sweating, increase blood pressure, etc., etc. All kinds of reactions that if you think about it, all of these effects that cortisol has in blood and at the level of your organs are somehow preparing you for having some kind of a fight or flight response. So you're in a constant state of like some kind of a squirrel on cocaine. If you, you're always ready to react, even to the most smallest, even to the smallest input outside. And that's not good. Why is not good? Because at the level of mental activity, in particular in our cognition, that starts affecting our brains. And I'm pretty sure you have experienced some of these effects during your lifetime: poor concentration, poor judgment, irrational thinking, increased impulsivity, anxiety, limited attention span. You're much more you cannot remember things more easily. Your problem solving skills somehow shrink. All kinds of cognitive decline that is not necessarily chronic, but you might experience it in different situations, including your daily tasks, with your family, or in any kind of situation. And what happens in the brain is relatively simple. And the idea here is that your brain, the frontal part of your brain, usually regulates everything that is impulsive. And this is what is in green here, which we call the prefrontal cortex. And the prefrontal cortex, when it's healthy, is very good at regulating any kind of activity that is impulsive and that there is irrational. But when you're stressed out, there is something happening in the front of your brain. Your neuron starts malfunctioning, and that malfunction uh, basically activates more primordial or more basic responses in your brain that are in charge of reflexive or habitual responses. And usually, all of those habitual or reflexive responses had to do with um, controlling yourself in a way that you might, have reactions to run away. So it's all about this fight or flight mode that gets activated when your prefrontal cortex is not regulating those areas. So at the end of the day, if your prefrontal cortex doesn't work, everything that is more primordial in your brain takes over. And then you start having all of these reactions that I was mentioning before. So you have weaker control of your thoughts, also your emotions, and of course, as a consequence of that, your actions. Here I have a graph that I really like to show. These little things here are neurons in your prefrontal cortex. And what you have here over time are these very healthy neurons that are unstressed. So basically, they are not within the brain. And this is the case. This is the brain of a mouse that are not stressed out. The moment that you start adding stressors to the brain of this little mouse, and then you analyze how the neurons look like, you would see that the stress neurons tends to shrink, right? So basically, all of these protrusions that you see from the neurons that are the healthier parts of them that allow them to connect with many, many other neurons starts disappearing or it starts decreasing when you are under stress. And that is the reason why the neurons in your prefrontal cortex, for example, can have less connections with the rest of the brain. And if they have less connections with the rest of the brain, you have this effect that the more primordial or primitive parts of your brain starts taking over. This is a study that we ran in 24, where we show that this is an extreme example. This is not under any circumstance something that you might experience now. But let's imagine that you are in a very poor neighborhood in the middle of Santiago in Chile, and you grow up there your entire life, right? And I compare your brain against people that have lived there for 25, 20, 30 years there. And I just measure the brain activity in both of you. So you're going to be the controls. You're going to be the green ones here. And they're going to be the socially vulnerable, as we call them, in orange. And what this graph is showing you, and these are the elevated orange bars versus the green ones, is that all the activity in your brain that has to do with thinking and it has to do with adapting to your environment is decreased. So literally, the speed of your brain slows down if you live in an environment that is socially vulnerable. These people are completely normal psychiatrically. If you run any psychological test between them and you're not going to find any difference. So they are psychologically exactly like you. The only difference is that they lived in a much more vulnerable environment during their entire life, and that made their brain slower, completely slower. So this is an extreme example of what chronic stress can do over the entire lifespan of a human being. But I just wanted to give it to you as the, I would say, extreme example. Okay, so now that you're absolutely depressed about, about the biology of stress, I'm gonna share with you two main, I would say, solutions for stress or alleged solutions for stress. So one of them is exercise, right? So all of us, we have heard these things and we read them all the time, how exercise leads to sharper thinking and a healthier brain. And this became a trend. Well, now it's like a 15-year trend. It's very popular in the media, whether or not you have either lifted or away, you can protect your brain health now. New studies strengthen the link between exercise and memory. And you can see these kind of things everywhere in the New York Times, CNN, Washington Post, working out for your brain, even Harvard Health Publishing at the Harvard Medical School have been publishing all of that. So this is the news. But what I'm going to try to show you now is, is actually the facts. And I'm not saying that you shouldn't exercise. I'm just saying that we know, and this has been proven, that the benefits of physical exercise on your health are mainly focused on your physiology, not on your cognition, not on your mind stuff, but mainly on your body stuff, if you want. So there are plenty of benefits of exercising. But what happens with the brain, and in particular, what happens with your cognitive abilities? So what about cognition and what about the brain? So the media says a lot of things, as you know. Regular exercise changes the brain to improve memory. How physical exercise makes your brain work better. 6 types of exercise that increase neurogenesis. Neurogenesis is the ability of our brain to generate new neurons. This is a review in the most important journal in the world, Nature Reviews Neuroscience. Be smart exercise, use heart exercise effects on brain and cognition. rejuvenating the brain with chronic exercise, etc., etc., etc. So it's everywhere. It's everywhere in the scientific literature, not only in the news, but in the scientific literature. Now, there are even guidelines for that. So, for example, this is a review of 2018 that basically shows that there is moderate to strong support that physical activity benefits cognitive function. And it was so relevant that the World Health Organization included these kind of recommendations in their new guidelines. So if you go to what the World Health Organization says, and you see here that in children and adolescents, physical activity improves, for example, cognitive outcomes, academic performance, executive function, while in adults and older adults, you can, for example, improve cognitive health. So cognition is something that is even already assumed that is improved by exercise by the WHO. But correlation is not necessarily causation, right? And when you repeat the same study, but you control for different factors, for example, the baseline performance of the children, you see that the effects tend to diminish, if not disappear. More strongly, for example, this is a very influential paper of 2011 that basically shows that exercise training, increases the size of a piece of your brain, of an organ of your brain that improves memory. But when the study was replicated or attempted to be replicated, it didn't work. It actually showed exactly the opposite. Now, this first article has around 5,000 citations, but the second one that showed the lack of effect has only 22. So, to settle the whole debate, there was a very good study from a group of friends in Spain a couple of years ago that basically showed that they took all the studies that are available, absolutely every single study that has been published on the effects of physical exercise and cognition, and they reanalyzed them. I don't want to get into the details, but the main point is that when you realize 109 randomized clinical trials, so basically you take 109 studies that have been analyzing many other studies, and you run a proper analysis of the effects that you observe in each of these studies, you end up with this D. What is this D? Well, it doesn't matter. The point is that the D is very close to zero. A D that is very close to zero means that after correcting for all the publication biases that you might have in those 109 randomized clinical trials, you have very inconclusive evidence for any kind of positive or negative effect of exercise on brain and cognition. So basically, it doesn't mean it doesn't mean that exercise does not affect your brain. It just does not affect your cognitive abilities. So there are no clear effects on memory. There are no clear effects on improved attention. There are no clear effects on improving your concentration. Nothing that has been shown to be true tends to be true when you reanalyze all the data back again. So my take-home messages for this part is that there are overestimated effects of exercise on cognition, that the evidence is very inconclusive, even from these randomized controlled trials. And I would say the main point is that don't stop exercising. It's still good and very good for many things that have to do with your physiology, reducing blood pressure. It increases your happiness, etc., etc. But when it comes to improvements in your cognitive abilities, attention, concentration, focus, there is no evidence about it. Okay, so I hope you're not too depressed by now, but I want to show you something that actually works. And that is meditation. And you might say, of course it works. Well, but I want to show you a bit more about the science behind it. And in short, meditation is another word that means 20,000 things to 20,000 people. But it has been studied now scientifically from, I would say, 20 years back. This is a very short piece on Scientific American of 2014 showing that there is an emerging field called contemplative neuroscience. And there are three types of meditations. Usually, when you concentrate on something, when you, for example, do mindfulness and you concentrate on your breath and try to like keep focusing on your breath, that is usually called focus attention. Um, but there are other types of meditation that are less about concentration and more about relaxing and more about relaxation. One of them is open monitoring, that you, instead of trying to focus on an object, for example, your breath or any object outside, um, you try to just observe dispassionately what happens around you. So you just become an observer. Whatever thoughts come to your mind, you just acknowledge the thought and you let it go. This implies less concentration, but there is still some kind of monitoring. So you still need to do something. And there are these third types of meditations that are, they have this fancy name called autonomic self-transcending. But the main point here is that you put little, if not almost zero effort in practicing. And one particular form of this type of meditation is transcendental meditation. And this is the one that I'm going to try to explain a bit now. Is the one that I practice, is the one that I do research on, and is the one that I would say has the biggest amount of evidence on stress, counteracting stress. So, in short, this graph shows you that, for example, when you're fully awake and fully alert, hopefully now, your mind is full of stuff. So your mind is full of thoughts. This is what we call conscious wakefulness. So you're alert and your mind is full of stuff, thoughts. And this is in the extreme here. The opposite case would be, for example, if you're in deep sleep. If you're in deep sleep, you're not responsive, so your level of consciousness is very low. And also, you don't have that much stuff in mind because you're not dreaming, you're just completely blacked out. And we usually live in this axis here. So we go between our conscious life and drowsiness, light sleep, deep sleep. But we live in this diagonal here in this graph. What I'm going to argue is that this type of meditation, this transcendental meditation, has a very, very peculiar profile. And the profile is that you're fully alert, you feel extremely alert, but you don't have much stuff in your mind. So it's really hard to explain if you haven't experienced it, but I'm pretty sure you have experienced, especially when you're in moments of peace, when you're at the beach, or when you have when you're not engaging into much mental activity, that there are moments where you feel extremely alert and extremely awake, but there are no thoughts in your mind. There are little thoughts in your mind. This is the kind of state that you might enter when you practice this transcendental meditation. So you're fully alert, but your mind is very depleted of thoughts. What has been shown is that the moment that you start practicing and start relaxing and getting into this type of practice, your brain becomes more coherent, meaning that your brain activity and your brain waves become more similar to each other. So most of your brain enters into what is called a coherent state, which is a state of the brain that is basically doing the same thing at the same time. So it's like waves up and down. And that has been shown to be beneficial for relaxing. Now, the practice itself is very simple. If the mind is an ocean and your surface level of the mind is like the waves on top of the ocean, this basically represents all your mental activity during the day. Oh, do I want to learn how to trade? Oh, do I want to do this? Do I want to do that? The moment that you start relaxing or practicing TM, you get into like a deeper states of your mind, where in this analogy with the ocean is the bottom of the ocean, where there are no waves and there are no agitations of the mind. There is just this kind of more peaceful state where there are no waves. And this can be practiced 20 minutes per day. You don't need to go to the Himalayas. You don't need to become a yogi. You don't need to change the way how you eat. You don't need to change the way how you think. You just practice this for 20 minutes by repeating a sound in your head that is called a mantra. You learn with a teacher. And then if you practice this twice a day, for example, you would see immediately that after doing it, your mind is completely depleted of thoughts. So you kind of reset your brain 2 times a day for whatever you have to do next. And you come back completely energized because, as I said, the state that you experience during meditation is a state of, as we call it, pure alertness, which you're extremely alert, but your mind doesn't have any thoughts. Now, going back to stress, there are plenty of benefits of practicing TM, but the one that I believe the most, because this has been replicated forever, is the drop in cortisol in blood. So this has been shown in several studies and in several meta-analyses that when you practice TM, you usually see between a 20 and 30% reduction of this hormone called cortisol that I was mentioning in the beginning in blood. If you have less cortisol in blood, all the effects that you had before that I mentioned when you have elevated cortisol, increased blood pressure, increased heart rate, all of the things that I was mentioning in the beginning tend to be counteracted because the moment that you have less cortisol in blood, you're less reactive to the world because you're less in that state of fly uh, mode, like, well, I need to fight or flight mode. You kind of suppress that state. If you're less reactive, you can think about what's going on in front of you and you can act accordingly. It's as simple as that. The more relaxed you are and the less reactive you are, the better you can make choices. You can decide what to do. You're not a slave of the inputs of the world. You can now decide what to do. And that is as simple as having less cortisol in blood. Now, one thing that I want to mention to finish is that when you're in a state of mind that is mainly relaxed, that is more open, that is less prone to be slave of the inputs of the world, something very magical happens in your brain. You immediately become more creative. And this is a study of a colleague in France, and they did something really cool. That is, they tried to replicate what genius people like Dali or like Edison were doing to get new ideas. What these people were doing was sitting on a couch with an object in their hand, and they were just wondering about life. Let's say that you're stuck with a problem. Okay, I cannot solve this thing that I want to do. I have no ideas. I feel completely drained. What do I do? So, what these people were doing were just sitting on a couch with an object in their hands, and they were just waiting to fall asleep. Now, the moment that you start falling asleep, you know that your muscle starts relaxing. So, you drop an object. You drop the object that you had in your hand, and that sound immediately wakes you up. And what Edison and Dali were doing systematically was napping with an object, dropping the object when they were falling asleep. The object was actually waking them up, and then boom, that was the moment when they were getting an idea, a big idea, right? And they were using this system to become more creative. Now, why is that the case, right? That you, when you start falling asleep, you get good ideas. Well, uh, Celia Laco did a study in which she repeated the same thing, but she did it with 140 people, normal human beings, not Dali, not Alva Edison. They brought her to the lab, and then they were holding an object there. Before holding this object and getting this little nap, they were trying to solve a very obnoxiously annoying task and on a screen that usually takes you 40 minutes to solve. Then they allow them to fall asleep with an object, and when they were waking themselves up, they repeated the task and they immediately solved it. And they solved the task, or they got the hidden rule that was in the task 3 times more when they were waking themselves up than when they didn't. Which means that this very simple technique, this is not meditation, this is just dropping an object when you're falling asleep, can generate free associations in your brain in such a way that you're more prone to get the rule that was hidden. So they call it the sweet spot of creativity, right? So you immediately get faster at getting um, rules or at inferring things that you couldn't when you were fixating. Now, why am I mentioning this? Because with transcendental meditation, with this type of meditation, you don't need to do this thing. What TM does is that it puts your brain in the same state that this person is at the moment before dropping the object. You get your brain in a state for 20 minutes, which is in this twilight between wakefulness and sleep, that allows your brain to generate connections that it couldn't have done before. So you improve your capacity to become more creative just by chilling, just by doing what I was mentioning before with this technique. So on top of stress reduction, it makes you more creative. So if you want to learn, there are different ways of learning. You can contact me. I'm not selling this. I'm in touch with the people the teachers that are in charge of the David Lynch Foundation in the UK, that can guide you on how to learn. If you don't want to learn with a teacher, there is a very nice book called The Relaxation Response that is now like 60 years and is like 10 pounds. It tells you the basics of the technique. But please, if you want to reduce your own levels of stress, believe me, exercise probably is not the best alternative. I'm not saying that you shouldn't exercise, I repeat, but for stress and for mental relaxation, if you want, and for creativity, I think meditation, and in particular this transcendental meditation, is the best way to go. And that's it. I think I did half an hour. Thank you very much.
You did brilliant. Thank you very much, Andres. So there has been a couple of questions come through. You've answered a couple of them as we've kind of gone through. Let me just see if I've got them. I might have missed them.
59 comments.
Yeah. Is it possible to access our subconscious mind and alter it?
Um, That's a tricky question. So, okay, from a scientific point of view, I would say yes. So, if your subconscious mind is that part of your mental activity that cannot reach your awareness very easily, for example, where the ideas come from. When you have an idea, where the idea come from? It's very hard to answer that question. Like, okay, I didn't have this idea 5 seconds ago, and now I have this idea. Where the hell the idea came from? Well, people might say from your subconscious. So it's from activity of your brain that doesn't reach your awareness, right? And the only way that you can access those levels is by relaxing the mind. So by stop, if you want, forcing the mind to focus on something. And these techniques allows you exactly that. You allow your mind to start associating things freely in a way that you couldn't do if you're in a normal state of mind, because we're in a normal state of mind. We're basically completely fixated on things. So we need to solve things, we need to pay the bills, we need to learn how to trade. So your mind becomes narrower and narrower but more efficient about one little thing. If you allow the mind to relax, so instead of focusing, to stop relaxing and to opening the focus, you allow your brain to do these kind of associations.
Amazing. Amazing. Awesome. Well, I do have Andres's slides, so I'll make those available in a moment. You can contact him as well on social media. What's the best way to get in contact with you, Andres? That's on.
Twitter,
Yeah.
Instagram, whatever you want. It's the same one.
Yeah.
It's my surname.
Cool. And that information is on the slides as well. So we
Yes.
share that with you too. So, Andres, thank you very much. Everyone, give
Thank
Andres a
you.
massive thank you for joining us today and giving up some of his time to share that with us. You can see why I think he's one of the smartest people I've ever met. I also find it very challenging. It needs to be on my agenda again to get better at the meditation. Um, uh, yeah, yeah. I did start. I need to maintain that though because it's brilliant.
To maintain, otherwise it doesn't work. You need to do it regularly.
Exactly. I think the biggest part of it for me, which I find really interesting, is the homeostasis part, where I know my stress level is elevated to a new baseline that isn't healthy and shouldn't be maintained. And so for me, it's so important for my health and everything that I bring that baseline back down to the correct homeostasis level.
Yeah.
Um,
And, yeah. And if you think about it, just to finish, if you take like a medication for blood pressure, the medication stops working the moment that you stop taking it.
Yeah.
And this is exactly like that.
Yeah.
So there is nothing different between your medication and your meditation in that sense.
Yeah. I love that. And again, that kind of ties into something Jay was saying, that rest is part of the strategy. It's not something you do when you've been doing the strategy and you're tired out. That's the wrong time technically to do it. So I really like that. I think one of the things I'm thinking about with this as well is it's feeding into one of my goals and my phrase for the year, which I wasn't going to share publicly, but I'm going to share it now because I'm an oversharer. And the reason I don't want to share it publicly is because I think people can misinterpret what I'm about to say. So my goal is basically to do less, but as a result of doing less, to actually do more. And so part of my phraseology, that's not a word, but it is now, around that is I'm going to be more selfish, basically. I'm going to be intentionally selfish. So I'm going to stop taking meetings before 11 a.m. UK time because I'm going to be mainly in Greece, and I'm going to focus on me, my health, my energy, and all the things which will make me the best I can be. So I'm actually selfishly serving others better. So by being that little bit more selfish, I get to be the better version of myself that shows up with more energy, more ideas, more of all the good stuff and all the greatness that makes me brilliant at what I do, but in a better way. And I'm not very good at being selfish historically, contrary to what maybe some people would believe, but I spend most of my life doing things for other people at my own expense. And by expense, I mean my energy, again, counting the cost, my energy, my health, my own core relationships for the benefit of other people. So thanks, Razia. Very kind of you. I am already the best, Lewis, but I can be a better version of myself and show up with more energy and not exhaust myself constantly, which is where I tend
Yeah,
to break that edge of exhaustion.
yeah, and you Louis are very empathetic. So instead of phrasing it as being selfish, you can think of that you're gonna gather more energy to keep helping people. So you're
Yeah,
gonna be more available, right? They're gonna have the best version of you if you take care of yourself, right?
yeah. And I'll be around for longer because I have
That's
been
true.
working myself into an early grave. But that's because I want to achieve things. I want to help as many people as possible. So, yeah, awesome. Right. Speaking of self-care, it is time for some lunch. So, we're going to be starting sharp at 1 p.m. UK time, which is 32 minutes from now. And we have another incredible speaker. And we're going to be learning about how it is we can communicate better. So, how we can communicate with more power, in more effective ways. I'm really, really looking forward to that because I need to figure out how to communicate with my other half better. So very much looking forward to that. And I will see you all sharp at 1 p.m. Hydrate, get some hydration in. If you can get 10 minutes worth of meditation in, you go for it. Be an overachiever. And I will speak to you at not half past, I'll speak to you at 1 o'clock. It's 1:30 now. I'll speak to you at 1 o'clock. 32 minutes. Speak to you in a bit. Bye, everyone.
We're 1,000 miles from comfort. We have traveled land and sea. But as long as you are with me, there's no place I'd rather be. I would away forever, exalted in the sea. As long as I am with you, my heart continues to beat. With every step we take, Kyoto to the bay, strolling so casually. We're different and the same, gave you another name, switch up the batteries. If you place I'd rather be. Yeah. I'd rather be. Times that I've seen you lose your way, you're not in control, and you won't be told. All I can do to keep you safe is hold you close till you can breathe on your own. You can breathe on your own. Hold tight, you're slowly coming back to life. I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, darling. Let go of all your haunted dreams tonight. I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, darling. I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand. Keeps a darker place to lose control. You're not alone. And when you come looking for embrace, I know your soul. I'll be your home till you can breathe on your own. Till you can breathe on your own. Hold tight, you're slowly coming back to life. I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, darling. Let go of all your haunted dreams tonight. I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, darling. I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand, I've been giving your hand. it all. I can feel it all. You know I said it's true. I can feel that love. Can you feel it too? I can feel it all. I can feel it all.
Get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
Yes, I can. Doubt, better leave. I'm running with this plan. Pull me, grab me, crabs in the bucket can't have me. I'll be the president one day. January 1st. Oh, you like that gossip? Like you the one drinking what gossip.com. Now I got a word for your tongue. How many Rolling Stones you want? Yeah, I got a brand new spirit speaking and it's done. Woke up on the side of the bed like I won. Talk like the wind in my chest to that sun. G5 in the US to Taiwan. Now who can say that? I wanna play back. Mama knew I was a needle in a haystack. A full body boy, plus made back. I got a feeling it's a rap. ASAP.
I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling.
The mountaintop, walk on water. I got power, feel so royal. 1 second, I'ma strike for you. Diamond, platinum, no more for you. That adrenaline, never giving in. Giving up's not an option, gotta get it in. Witness, I got the heart of 20 men. No fear, go to sleep in the lion's den. That glow, that spark, that crown. You're looking at the king of the jungle now. Stronger than ever, can't hold me down. 100 miles gunning from the pitcher's mouth. Straight game face, it's game day. See me running through the crowd full of melee. No trick plays, I'm Bill Gates. Take a genius to understand me.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No,
Gotta love the life that we live in.
Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, no, I get a good feeling, yeah. Sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. I get a feeling that I never had before. No, no, I get a good feeling, yeah.
Talking in my sleep at night, making myself crazy. Wrote it down and read it out, hoping it would save me. My love, he makes me feel like nobody else, nobody else. Oh my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, to myself. One, don't pick up the phone, you know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in, you have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend, you know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got no rules, I count. Pushing forwards, but he keeps pulling me backwards. No, now I'm standing back from it. I finally see the pattern. My love, he makes me feel like nobody else, nobody else. But my love, he doesn't love me, so I tell myself, to myself. One, don't pick up the phone, you know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in, you have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend, you know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got no rules, I count. Practice makes perfect, I'm still trying to learn it by heart. Eat, sleep and breathe it, rehearse and repeat it, cause One, don't pick up the phone, you know he's only calling cause he's drunk and alone. Two, don't let him in, you have to kick him out again. Three, don't be his friend, you know you're gonna wake up in his bed in the morning. And if you're under him, you ain't getting over him. I got no rules, I count. Yeah, you never said a word, you didn't send me no letter. Don't think I could forgive you. See, our word is slowly dying, I'm not wasting no more time. Don't think I could forgive you. It's euphoric when you're standing next to me. It's euphoric whenever you're next to me. Down in Regent's Park, sweet stole my heart. I wasn't saying much, it was on the tip of my tongue. You don't have to say nothing. It's euphoric, so keep holding on to me. It's euphoric, so keep holding on to me. 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 So keep holding on to me.
Alabama, Arkansas, I do love my mom and pop, not the way that I do love you.
Well, holy moly, me oh my, you're the apple of my eye. Girl, I never loved one like you.
Man, oh man, you're my best friend. I scream it too. There's nothing that, there ain't nothing that I need.
Well, hot and heavy pumpkin pie, chocolate candy pumpkin pie. Ain't nothing please me more than you.
Let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Let me go home. Home is wherever I'm with you. Take me home. Mommy, I'm coming home.
If you wanna run away with me, I know a galaxy and I could take you for a ride. I had a premonition that we fell into a rhythm where the music don't stop for life. Glitter in the sky, glitter in my eyes, shining just the way you like. If you're feeling like you need a little bit of company, you met me at the perfect time. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm ready
levitating, the Milky Way, we're renegading. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. It's like a rocket with your blast off, and I'm feeling so electric, dance on our song. And even if I wanted to, I can't stop. Yeah, 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 yeah. You want me, I want you, baby. My sugar boo, I'm levitating. The Milky Way, we're renegading. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I'm levitating. You can fly away with me tonight. You can fly away with me tonight. Baby, let me take you for a ride. Yeah, 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 yeah. I got you, moonlight, you're my starlight. I need you all night. Come on, dance with me. I'm levitating.
Come da porta picchita va bene, se tu la parla miezza americano, quando si fa l'amore sotto la luna, come da viene in capo di I love you, papà l'americano.
Oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me. She took my arm, I don't know how it happened. We took the floor and she said, oh, don't you dare look back, just keep your eyes on me. I said you're holding back. She said shut up and dance with me. This woman is my destiny. She said ooh, shut up and dance with me.
I can see the future painted in my eyes. Open up the door and fade into the night. Dive into a world I know. Take my hand. This is where we come alive. This is where we come alive. Out of the shadow
I'm muted and I was off camera. Sorry, I got very discombobulated over lunch because uh, it's amazing what can happen over 30 minutes. I got a phone call from some friends of mine who are very close friends of mine, who are in, where are they? Not Singapore, Sri Lanka, and they just got engaged. So we were doing lots of jumping up and cheering and celebrating for them during the lunch. But that didn't mean I forgot to put my camera back on. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Jace. I'm super duper excited for him to share with you. He's going to be talking about how you can get the life that you want. So give me a yes in the chat if you quite like the idea of having the life that you want. So he's worked with incredible people like Deepak Chopra, Anthony Robbins, or Tony Robbins as I like to call him, Mark Victor Hansen, been on TV, been on radio. He is exceptional in his field. So I'm very, very excited for him to share some of his knowledge, some of his techniques, some of his strategies for you guys as well. So without further ado, I'm going to invite Jace on to let me pin you here. There we go. Up onto the stage. And he's going to share with you what he's going to share with you. And I'm going to be taking notes. I've got my pen, my Star Trading pen. I've got my paper with notes on. So I'm looking forward to this. Handing it over to you, Jace. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lewis. Thank you. It's really nice to be here with you all. So if you guys could get your cameras on, it would be great. And I'm going to ask some questions. So I want to know if I'm talking to the right people. So if this is you, please give me a wave or put a yes in the chat if you want any of the following. So let me get my screen. Can you guys give me a nod? Can you see my screen okay? Awesome. Who wants 2026 to be your most profitable year ever? Like you make a lot of money. Give me a wave or put a yes in the chat, please. Thank you for the participation. Awesome. How about this? Who wants to finally make the income you've always wanted to make? Like the income you knew you were worth. Give me a wave or put a yes in the chat. Or how about this? How about if this is the year you finally have that family or the fitness you always wanted, but maybe have not had for a while? Give me a wave or put a yes in the chat. Awesome. By the way, thank you guys for participating. As one of my first mentors said to me, if saying yes and waving your hand is too much work for you, your life is going to suck. So thank you for participating. And I hope it's okay. I bring this kind of energy from the US. I want to share with you how this year, 2026, you could have whatever it is, whatever your biggest goal is in life. You're about to discover how I went from I made a total of $2,000 in 6 months. Does anyone think that's a lot of money? No, good. From doing $2,000 in 6 months to doing 96,000 in 90 minutes to having $1 million business. And I want to share some of those secrets with you. More important, though, than what I do is why I do it. And let me ask you guys a question. You could hold your hands out. Who thinks they were meant to help a lot of people on your journey? And if you're trading, you're going to do something with that money. Who thinks they're going to and you're meant to make a small impact or a big impact in their lives? And I believe, just like Lewis is doing this, I believe that we have a God-given mission, and you could believe in whatever you want. I believe in God. I believe that you have a God-given mission, that you are made with something big to do in this world, and it can be fulfilled and funded through your business. And so the reason I'm here today, I want to help catalyze you to make the impact and the money you were born to make. Does that sound good to y'all? And by the way, if you're doing anything else like Facebook or Instagram or whatever, I encourage you stop. Be present here now. This is going to be a really important conversation for you guys. So I want to say thank you for being here. By the way, in the States, it's currently 6 a.m. I got up at 3 a.m. I live in Boise, Idaho to join you guys. Well, you guys are here and there's a bunch of you and you're committed to making your life better. So I want to acknowledge you for being on today's training. And can you do me a favor? Look at someone in another Zoom square and say, "You're awesome, baby. Thanks for being here." Say, "You're awesome, baby," to someone. And I can see your lips moving. Is this the UK reticence or can I pull you? And don't leave out baby because no one puts baby in a corner. What movie was that from? Anybody? Anybody? The guys are like, "What are you talking about?" Dirty Dancing. And I've been looking. You guys are a good looking group too. At least those of you with cameras on. So do me a favor, look at the person in the box on your right and say, "Ooh, you look nice today." Say, "Ooh, you look good today," to that person on your right. It's so funny. I can just see you, so lips not moving. I can see you. It's two ways here, right? And now look at that person on your left and say, "Well, at least you made it." No, I'm just kidding. Don't say that to them. I'm totally just kidding. Hey, but also, you guys, can you feel the energy and the love that I don't know if you know Michael? He helps run this stuff. I've been doing on the back end with Michael. Can we get a big round of applause for Lewis and Michael for the event they're putting on? You guys, they don't have to do this, and they put a lot of love and energy, and they've curated the speakers. Thank you guys for joining me in that round of applause. And Lewis, I'm super excited to get to know you. I love your vibe. I love what you've created here. I love that while you teach money, you're a lot more than money. And I think that's well needed in this world. So, in case you don't know me, quick background on me. And most of you, I imagine, don't know me. Here I went to Iceland to see the Northern Lights. I've been on the news nationwide in the States a bunch of times. Do you guys know who Wayne Dyer is, or Deepak Chopra, or Mark Victor Hansen? And there's me. So you could say I'm close to greatness. The jokes get no funnier, so it's this or nothing. I apologize. So I've been in movies like Pass It On that Greg Reed created this, John Assaraf, Michael Beckwith, Les Brown was in it. I've had a bunch of books of my own come out. I've spoken at places like Guerrilla Marketing Summit all the way to Harvard. Did you guys get those? I imagine most of you, who's in the UK that's on camera? Can you wave if you're in Europe somewhere? Is there anyone on here in the States? Anyone at all? Oh, maybe one or two. Cool. So, did you guys ever get those beer commercials over there a couple years ago that were like, I don't always drink beer, but when I do, I drink those. Nobody? You got no idea what I'm talking about? The most interesting man in the world they talked about? Well, it was this character. And when I was speaking at Harvard, I met that guy. He's actually a Jewish actor from New York. He's not Spanish at all. And yes, I did get a product shot with him that is a DVD. Is everyone here old enough to know what a DVD is? Yeah, looking at you guys on screen, I think we're all old enough. So, speaking of DVDs, CDs, on the left are some of the CDs and DVDs I've created, and on the right are some of the workshops and programs that I've written. I've been doing this for a while. I've written for Les Brown. You may or may not know him. And I'm blessed because I know how to speak, because I've had the breakthroughs that I want to share with you today. I have time for what's important. And a couple of things I love to do. I love going on mission trips. Another thing I love to do is my wife and I have a thing called African Art for Missions. We import art, we sell it, and we give 100% of the money to charity. We only keep enough money to buy more art. And that's one of our collectors. And I'm sharing this humbly because I want you to know, when your business takes off, what's available for you to do in the world. We support a place called City of Refuge Ministries in Ghana, Africa. They save children from being child slaves. And we donated enough money that they built a grain mill for these kids that used to be child slaves. Is that cool, or is that cool, y'all? And I've done some cool things in my business, but hands down, this is the coolest thing I've ever done. We bought a school bus. For kids that used to be child, we bought a school bus. Is that amazing, or is that amazing? Like, you guys, what if your side projects brought in that kind of money? What if your side projects made that kind of money? So the other way I help people is I do this. I teach people how to sell from stage. And the other thing I do is I share with people how to actually get the life they want. And we're going to talk about that today. So people buy stories, not stuff. They buy the stories you tell and the stories they hope to tell by buying your stuff. So I want you to know my journey and why it's important to you. I'll unpack as we go. I'm not sharing my story just to talk about me. I'm sharing it because it's important for you and your journey as an entrepreneur. And let me say this. If you haven't made the money you want to make, actually, before we go on, let me get some permissions. Do I have your permission to coach you really, really straight for the short time that we have together? And I am an American. I will probably say things wrong. I will just be too animated and too over the top. And is that okay if I'm authentically me and real? Okay, great. So I don't have to pull punches. I could just be really real. Awesome. If you're on here and you haven't made the money you wanted, or you don't have the life you wanted, you don't have the body you wanted, you don't have the relationships you want, all that, that could end today. We can get you on a new path today. And whoever said you are awesome, I love you, and you are awesome. Whoosh, I send you a big heart whoosh back. So this is why I'm here today, and I want to unpack my story because it's going to help you understand where we're going in today's presentation. So people ask me how I got into speaking, why I got into speaking, and in 2001, my life sucked, and that was me. Okay, now people are laughing. Thank you, Denise. That wasn't meant to be that funny. How much confidence do you think that guy had? How much money do you think that guy was making? I asked for a long time, how many dates do you think that guy was going on? And I was in this big crowd once, and a guy yells out, with the killer van in the background, not many. That was not my van. That was my boss's van. But yeah, I was not doing well. And I remember what was emblematic of my life at the time. I was a struggling real estate investor and I wanted to be make more money as an investor. And I remember I would go to these real estate clubs and we would have deal of the month and we'd vote on who had the better deal. And one month, this one guy did a deal. He made 50,000 bucks. And the second guy did a deal and he made 60,000, but he was paid 10,000 a month for 6 months. And we're voting on who has the better deal. And don't raise your hand on this, but give me a nod. I remember looking at them thinking, I'm every bit as qualified as they are. I'm every bit as worthy as they are. I'm not making anywhere near the money they are. Has anyone had that feeling before? Like really frustration. Like, how come I'm not doing better? And then shortly after that, I went to this real estate boot camp. I think it was a Kiyosaki event. And I brought my mom. I wanted to get my mom into real estate investing because she didn't have any money for retirement at the time. And this guy got on stage and he talked about how to change your life and make more money and succeed. And none of it had to do with real estate. It had to do with changing my subconscious and learning more money skills and sales skills and changing my subconscious programming. And have you ever been to an event where a speaker's speaking, you're like, this guy's talking to me right now? Like, I felt like that dude was just talking to me. And he sold an event. It was 1,500 bucks. And I'd never spent more than like $150 for a seminar before. Meanwhile, by the way, those guys that were making $50,000, $60,000, those guys would spend like $5,000 on seminars. And I'm like, losers. But I was the broke guy in the back who was the real thumbhead, right? So this guy sells a course. It's 1,500 bucks. And I stood up to go buy it. And my mom, who's next to me, grabbed my jacket and she sat me down and she goes, you're not going to buy it, are you? Now, don't raise your hand, but does anyone here have anyone in their life like that? Like maybe before you came on this, they said, don't go buy anything. Yeah, I see some. Wow, I see a lot of heads nodding. Yeah. And but here's what's important to know. My mom wasn't trying to hurt me, was she? She was trying to protect me. And what non-entrepreneurial thinkers, and you guys, if you're here, you have an entrepreneurial mindset. Even if you're going to go into trading, you're going to be an entrepreneur of one, right? Like you're looking to improve your life to make more money. We can only get ahead. If you're taking notes, please write this down. Yes. We can only get ahead by saying yes. You can hold a position short term by saying no, but then you're going to start losing ground. The only way to get ahead is by saying yes and doing what comes next. And here's why I share this. I didn't do a good enough job, I think, painting the picture of where I was at this time. You guys, I was in a low spiral. I had no healthy relationships. I was just getting heavier and heavier. I had broken heart after broken heart after broken heart in dating. I couldn't get ahead with money. And in the face of all that, in the face of never having spent 1,500 bucks before, in the face of my mom literally pulling my jacket and sitting me down, the guy on stage was so good that I got up and I went to the back and I bought his course. And when I went to his course, it saved my life. I'd say it changed my life, but that's too little. It saved my life. And most important thing it did, it put me on the path of personal growth. And I started going to seminar after seminar after seminar after seminar. I'm a seminar junkie. Any other seminar junkies on here? So have you guys noticed the more seminars you go to, the more expensive they get, not cheaper? Does anyone else know something? So I'm going to all these seminars, but interestingly, spending a lot more money. Now I'm spending $5,000 and $10,000, but I'm making a lot more money. But in the middle of it, my mom calls me up and she says, haven't you been to enough seminars? Now, don't raise your hand if they're in the room with you, but any of you guys got this person in your life, their arms are crossed and they're tapping their foot and they're like, hey, when's this stuff going to pay off? When's this trading stuff going to pay off? When's this entrepreneur? How many classes are you going to take? Maybe you should just quit and give it up and just stick with a job. Listen, if that's you guys, don't raise your hand, but the team is watching. Just blink twice. We'll send help. So I learned something I want to share with you, and please write this down, burn it into your memory banks, not the picture of me, what I'm about to show you. Lock this in. And what I learned was if you will empty your pockets into your mind will always fill your pockets. If you'll empty your pockets into your mind will always fill your pockets. So what I learned is when you get the correct subconscious programming, when you learn the skills of sales, when you learn the subconscious reprogramming, how to, you guys, you're not worth what you're paid what you're worth. When you learn what I'm sharing today, you could go anywhere in the world and make a, well, almost anywhere in the world to make a, you go any Western nation to make a living. I believe you could put me anywhere and I will be successful because I have what I want to share with you today. And so what's available for you, by the way, I started going to all this stuff and within 2 years of the first seminar I ever went to, I launched my own income, my own business. I increased my income by 1,000% in 1 year. Could anybody else handle 1,000% increase in revenue? By the way, we can't guarantee anything. I can just guarantee the same great training. I went from 40,000 a year to 400,000 a year. I took my mom on the first class vacation of her life. I think I have a picture of it here. Yeah, this is us in Mexico. This is August 2005. But now my mom calls me up and she has a different question. Instead of saying, "Haven't you been to enough seminars?" Now she says, "Hey, when's your next seminar?" You guys, when you learn how to make money with what you've been paying for, when you actually apply it, and I love how Lewis talks so much about emotional management and becoming confident as an investor. When you learn how to get in the game, then you keep going to more trainings because you're making a ton of money and they're paying for themselves. Does that make sense, you guys? So let's talk about you guys. I'm in my 22nd year of events, coaching, and speaking. I wouldn't be here, and we wouldn't be here if not for a speaker. And there's a double entendre. One, a speaker saved my life. And then two, Lewis is using speaking to grow his business. So we're here because of Lewis as a speaker. And a speaker at a live event changed my life, and I want to pass it on. I'm also really passionate about live events because in 2019, I hosted an event before COVID, and this amazing woman was in the audience, and we met and we fell in love. And I met my wife, Betsy, from speaking. And I actually teach people how to sell from stage, and people ask if I'm really good at selling from stage. And I say, if you look at Betsy and then you look at me, you could tell I'm really good at selling from stage. She's my ultimate upsell. And then we had a baby a year and a half ago, and there's baby Jace. We just had a baby. So I got my baby out of speaking. But more importantly, guys, none of this would have been available for me. Not the money I've made, not the life I have, if not for what I want to share with you. So no promises on revenue, but here's some cool stuff. And you guys, for 20 plus years, I've been helping people have internal breakthroughs. We did an event, 160 people in the room. We did $600,000 in revenue with 20 people. We did 400,000 with 35, a couple 100,000 with 16, couple 100,000. So this is what's available, but it wasn't always this easy. And here's what I learned, and here's what I went through. I want to talk about you. And if I could be really straight, if I asked you what's the biggest challenge in your life and you distilled it, it comes from you, doesn't it? Because you're the common denominator in your life. So do you guys want to know how to stop getting the same results over and over and over and over? And take a moment and check in on your life. Are there some areas where you keep getting the same things over and over and over again? No or yes? Give me some nods. Yes? Right. So let's talk about this. Now, what an amazing event that we have two speakers in a row talking about homeostasis. I bet you guys never expected that today. You are not as excited as I am about homeostasis. So I want to give you my definition. This is a definition I pulled over 12 years ago. Metabolic equilibrium, actively maintained by several complex biological mechanisms that operate via the autonomic nervous system to offset disrupting changes. Is that clear? You guys all got it 100%? How about this one? I just pulled this one this morning. The body's ability to maintain a stable, balanced environment, internal environment, like temperature, pH, or sugar levels, despite changes in the outside world. And then here's a really important line down here. Its primary goal is to keep internal conditions within a narrow, life-sustaining range. Let me read that again. Its primary goal, keep internal conditions within a narrow, life-sustaining range. So do you guys want to know why you keep getting the same results with money, with relationships, whatever it is, over and over and over again? And would you like to know how to break it? So the short and the long answer is homeostasis. So I'm going to do some drawings on here if the whiteboard works. Sometimes the whiteboard is really fun. It's going to be a funky whiteboard. I'm not sure if it will work or not. So can you guys see the whiteboard now? Give me some nods. Hopefully, they move all the stuff around in Zoom, and it drives me batty. Okay, cool. No, that's the laser. My goodness, come on. Present. I might have to just talk you through this as opposed to draw you through this. They have moved all the tools on me, and it drives me nuts. Does anyone know where they put the drawing tools nowadays? Like, I can't even find them on here.
They'd move it all around all the time. It is incredibly frustrating on Zoom.
It really is. All right, I'm going to just talk you through it. So instead of drawing it, can you guys just stick with me? Do you guys have air conditioners over there? I'm kidding you. I know a lot of you don't, but you at least have heaters and furnaces, right? So how does the furnace work? You set in, it's wintertime, so let's talk about the furnace. You go over to the wall and you set the dial to a set point, and then a thermometer in there senses the temperature of the air, and when the air gets too cold, it kicks on the heat, and the heats the place up. And then when it gets too warm, it turns off the heat, and the air doesn't stay perfect, but it goes up and down within a comfort zone. Does that make sense? Give me some nods because I want to go a little bit quicker. Okay, cool. Well, the same thing happens in your body. You've got millions of nerves on the back of your neck, and they sense the temperature of the blood going in and out of your brain. And so when your blood gets too hot, what happens? Your pores open, you pant, you perspire, you might subconsciously take shirt off, whatever. If your blood gets too cold, what happens? Your pores close up, and then maybe you'll start to shiver. Do you have to think about making this happen? No, it happens automatically. This is important. If you're taking notes, please write this down. Several complex mechanisms work together. That's what you could say. Several complex mechanisms work together. So the shivering, the pores closing, all of that, the way you breathe, it keeps your blood in a comfort zone. That's really nice. It keeps you alive. Would you agree that's really nice? So now, here's the challenge. And I didn't tell you this, guys. I've been a hypnotist, a certified hypnotherapist for over 20 plus years, master hypnotherapist. I've studied NLP. I've studied all these other masters. And I've created a whole bunch of my stuff. I've been teaching my own breakthrough events for 20 plus years. So here's the thing of why we get stuck. The last speaker talked about brain biology. Well, the more you think a thought, the more you speak a word, you lay down wiring in accordance with that thought or word. You also release peptides in your body that cause your emotional states to be conditioned to old ways of being. Whatever you practice in your life, you get more of. So do you guys want the bad news or the good news? If you look at your life, I'm gonna give you the bad news, or the news. If you look at your life, whatever you've been dealing with for a while is what you're going to keep getting. And you're biologically wired for that. So with homeostasis, several complex mechanisms work together. And now it keeps our blood temperature in a range, which is super effective. But here's the thing. Your subconscious does not make a distinction between your blood temperature and how much money you make. It wants to keep you where you are. So whatever your current set point is, that's where it wants to keep you. So if you've been wanting to make more money and you're like, oh, money's starting to come in, but then suddenly unexpected bill comes up. So let me make it clear. Morel said they're confused. So ready? It could be your subconscious confusing, but stick with me. Ready? Just picture a zone of money. You've probably been going up and down within a certain zone for a long time, and you want to make more. But for some reason, every time you start to get ahead, a new bill shows up or something pulls you back down. It's because your set point is for a certain amount of money. Homeostasis, several complex mechanisms work together to offset disrupting changes. Your subconscious doesn't know the distinction between your blood getting too hot or too cold and you making too much money. What happens if your blood temperature gets too hot, you guys? You could pass away. What happens if it gets way too cold? You could pass away. So to your subconscious, it's a game of life and death to keep you stuck. And if you need proof of this, look at lottery winners. They're here, they jump way up there with money, but then they actually come crashing back down because that's their set point. Has anyone here been wanting to lose weight for a while? You don't have to wave your hands, just nod. And maybe you start looking good, but then that weight comes back on. You keep going. Maybe you've gained and lost that 20 pounds over and over and over. So homeostasis, it's your set point. So here's the bad news. If you've been tempting to lose weight or change your relationships or make more money and you've been unsuccessful with it, it's because you've been fighting nature. Would you like the good news? If you've been attempting to make more money or lose weight or find better relationships and you've been unsuccessful with it, it's because you've been fighting nature. Didn't that sound like the same thing? It is. So that dynamic that keeps you stuck in areas you don't like, it's because you've been fighting nature, and there is a way to change your subconscious. And that's where we have to focus. Now, what's great is when you get a new set point, you become quote unquote stuck at that new set point. Imagine you were making so much more money and it was like automatic and it was hard to not make that money. That's what happens when you shift the subconscious. Give me some nods if this is making sense. Yes or no? Is this making sense to you guys? And last thing I'll go, and then I'll give you guys an amazing opportunity. And Lewis, can you private chat me? I lost track of when I actually got on stage. I think I probably have like just a couple minutes left. So, let's talk about you and the person sitting in your seat and how we do things in life. I like to call it this. I like to call it EBAR, EBAR, EBAR. And so what does this mean? Emotions, beliefs, actions, results. What directly produces the results you have in life is your actions. Your actions, oh, come on, screen. Your actions directly produce your results. So let me ask you a question. Whether it's trading or doing something else, whether it's losing the weight, whether it's getting different relationships, whether it's making more money, whatever it is the person sitting in that seat physically capable of it? No or yes? Well, yeah, otherwise you wouldn't be here. And if you don't believe it is, I'm telling you, yes, you can do it. Whether or not you're doing it is a different matter. Now, don't you guys really know what you need to do? You're on a call with a master about making money. I'm talking about Lewis. So when it comes to the B, which is your beliefs, knowing what to do, that's not the challenge. Don't you guys in most areas of life know what you need to do? But we don't do it. Why not? Brian Clemmer wrote a book, If How-Tos Were Enough, We'd All Be Skinny, Rich, and Happy. It's because knowing what to do is not enough. You're capable of doing it. What's really running the show is the subconscious, the emotions. The emotions are where you experience the subconscious and your subconscious conditioning. So the reason you guys haven't got the life you want is because the subconscious set point has not been shifted yet. Is this landing for you guys? So if you want to actually get there. All right. Now, why am I going through all this? I have been teaching a breakthrough event in 2006. God, you guys don't have to believe in God. I do. He downloaded this model for personal growth into me. And every year, once a year since then, I've been teaching a multi-day breakthrough event. And people are always like, this is the best thing you do. You should do this more. Have you all ever had a God nudge? Like you've got an inclining or a higher self nudge or whatever that is, or your intuition hits. Well, all this year, I've been getting this nudge, and it said, bring this EBAR training out to the world, bring this to the masses. And I've been like, all right. And finally, I was on this cruise with a bunch of people who do what I do, a bunch of speakers and marketers, and I was doing this breakthrough session with these two guys, and I get this God nudge stronger than almost anything I've ever had, and it says, bring this out, and it says, do an event and bring this to the world. And so we're doing an event in January to help people learn this so that you can actually be free and have the life you want. This is most 3-day events that people hold online are like sales events. This is not intended to be a sales event. This is me being obedient to my higher source. And this is my gift to the world, and my gift to you is we're doing an event to help you actually create the life you want. So I want to know, are you guys ready to get the life you want? Are you guys ready? Like for more fun, for more funds? Is it your time for huge revenue to be confident, for more sales, to have more fun? Is it your time to make a difference? Is it your time to bring out the best of you? Is it your time to take care of your family? Is it your time to step up? Is it your time to fund that charity? Well, we're going to share with you this event, and you're one of the first groups to ever hear about it. You're actually the second group. It's called You Can Have It. It's going to be live January 15th through 17 on Zoom, or if you want to fly, we're going to do it from Canada, a studio in Canada. So you can come live or on Zoom. The hours will be Boise, Idaho time, 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. It's something like 5 to 1 your time. So you'll stay up a little late. When I get it, I got up really early to join you guys. So it's a 3-day intensive. This is not going to be light on content. This is me teaching solid content for 3 days. My goal is by the end of this, you know why you've been stuck, how you've been stuck, and exactly what you need to do to get unstuck. The value of this would be $3,000. If I was going to sell this standalone, it'd be $3,000. Because you're here, the event special would normally be $997, but Lewis said you're not allowed to do that either. You can only give it away, so it's free for you guys. So if you would like to join me, journey 15 through 17, if you want to step into the life you want, if you want to actually have it, you can get it for free. So today it's $0. Now, I do have a request though. If you're coming to this event, cameras on, we're going to train. So treat it like real training. And that means if your camera's not on, we're putting you in a waiting room. We're going to expect you to play big. We're going to make agreements. We have standards. We're going to expect you to step up. Is this cool for you guys, for me to expect you to step up, be on camera, participate? Those of you guys are already on camera, it'll be easy for you guys. Those of you who aren't, well, you have to work on it. That's okay. So guys, here's what we've got. Right now, go to, actually, go to youcanhaveit.com/, hey, thank you, Lewis, /register and get your free ticket right now. So go to youcanhaveit.com/register. You guys, I have so many testimonials, but I didn't want to take time sharing them because I only had 30 minutes. I could go testimonial after testimonial after testimonial, but just do this. Go to youcanhaveit.com/register and get your ticket right now. So we're going to go 3 full days. After you register, you'll get confirmation, you'll get a calendar invite, you'll get the link. It's not rude of you to open up a phone right now or to open up another browser window and open there. Muriel, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do with your comment. I want to visit my aunt at the same time. Visit your aunt at the same time. We'll start in the afternoon. Do both. It's an Ann world. But I'm not sure what I was supposed to do with that. What's the date? Oh, did I not put it in there? I'm sorry, guys. Oh my gosh. There is conflicting dates in my presentation. Let me explain that. I was going to do it in February, and the leading I got said you need to do this in January. January is typically when people really commit to having like a new life. So the date is, let me edit that right now. It's January 15 through 17. It is in January 2026. It will be on Zoom. If you want to fly over to Canada, you could join us at the studio in Calgary. You'll have an option to upgrade to the in-person later, and we would love to have you in person. Otherwise, just plan on being with us on Zoom for the 3 days. So it's good. You can have it there. Let me fix this date also. January 15 through 17. Yeah, at first we were going to do February, and then we decided to do January, like New Year, New You. Yes. Boom. So go to You Can Have It. And I think that's my time. Lewis, thank you so much for having me on. Who else is going? Yes, yes, yes. Awesome. Registered, registered, registered. Beautiful. Lauren says, say kind. Oh, it's just clashes with paddle retreat. That is a bummer. If you're committed to Lewis's thing, go to Lewis's thing or talk to him and see if, you can make both happen somehow. Great, great, great. Lewis, are you coming back up? Am I
I am back
doing
up. Yeah, if you could
Q&A?
just stop sharing screen for me, that would be great. And everyone in the chat, just in case you haven't got the link, I put that there for you again, if you want to attend the event, which does sound phenomenal. And it's amazing how the speakers haven't talked about what they're talking about, and there's such a level of alignment, which is really exciting for me. And some of what Casey's been talking about there, we're going to be unpacking, using a little bit in this afternoon session. So an absolute massive thank you for joining us today and getting up so early. I didn't realize it was quite so early for you. And yes, it's been really, really good to hear what you were sharing with us, and I'm glad you followed the nudge and you've brought that into the world. So yes, everyone who's going, I hope
Thank
you
you.
have an absolutely fantastic learning experience. We do have one of our retreats, but that's only a few of you that are going to be there, not everybody. So hey, if you can't make the Platinum Retreat with us, why not attend Jace's event and get all the great stuff that there's going to be there. So give Jace a massive thank you in the chat for me. I'm sure on his website,
Thanks, guys.
for him, you can contact him through there as well if you've got any questions about the event or registration and things like that as well. So yes, awesome stuff. Right, we're going to move on now to the next part of our event. So for this, the absolutely incredible Paul Smith, who is also one of the smartest people I've ever met, who every single year does his predictions about what's going to be happening in the economy across different asset classes and things like that. He unfortunately had a flight change, which was forced upon him, which means he can't attend us with us today. However, I managed to grab him just a few days before Christmas, and I forced him, I didn't force him, I just asked him nicely, to talk to us about his predictions, and we did it as an interview, as a back and forth. So I'm going to play that recording now for you guys, and I will be, and it's 30 minutes, and then we'll be coming back on together. We might take a very short break after, just in case anyone needs a loo break, a comfort break, and then we're going to be talking about setting the vision, how we're going to select our goals, creating vision boards, all of that sort of great stuff as well before wrapping up for the day. Just call him Midas. Yeah, that is Paul. Everything he touches turns to gold or silver, as you will discover in a moment. So I'm going to play this. His predictions are phenomenal. He's been doing them for years. He's got over a 90% accuracy rate. And what I love about Paul's predictions is he doesn't just give predictions, he then actually does the thing. So he does the thing and gets the result off the back of it. So I'm going to play that now, and I will speak to you all shortly. So, hello everybody. It feels weird saying hello because you're going to see me say hello in real life, but Paul is joining me today ahead of the 27th of December, which is what we're now on, technically. This feels very meta. Yes. Because he's unable to join us on the day, but I really wanted you to hear from him. His predictions are absolutely phenomenal. We're going to talk about some of the key ones, which I think are really going to help you guys understand how to position yourselves in 2026 and beyond. So when we're talking about launching your year, having a real wealth of understanding about what's really going on in the economic systems of the country we live in, but also the global economic systems, and where those patterns and trends are, is super important. So I often describe Paul as the most intelligent man I've ever met, which is true. So I wanted you to benefit from his wisdom and his knowledge. So Paul, just tell us a little bit about your predictions over the past few years. You've got quite a high accuracy rate.
Yes. So, okay, number one thing, when prediction is a direction of travel. So for instance, if I was talking about housing, inflation directly impacts the mortgage rate. I think most people would follow that.
Yeah.
Inflation goes up, mortgage rates tend to get increased, or interest rates tend to get increased to try and depress spending. So last year, I said that the government was wrong. The government, so this is 2025, the government projecting that inflation would drop to their target of 2%, and it didn't. And I said that it would be above 3, and I put a bracket of 3.5 to 4.5, and it ended up coming in at 3.5. So I'm not going to predict an actual 3.487, but it's just directionally the government said 2, and I'm like, nah, 3.5 plus. So there are certain trends that I don't know whether it's me that's weird or something. I don't think it's difficult to see the likely consequences of something that governments do. So for example, what are the big things we've seen in the last 12 months and will continue to see in the future? Well, we've got a certain Mr. Trump in the White House.
Yeah.
Has he made himself the Pope yet? Or
Not just yet. No, I think he's working on it.
I think he is. But one of the things we can be absolutely certain about, regardless of our personal views of, with regard to the gentleman in question, is that he's decided to introduce tariffs. Now that has got to be inflationary. So, it is inflationary, and there are a series of consequences that flow from that. But the biggest one, my number one prediction this year, is because I am one of them. I am the last of the baby boomers. So I don't know how much you know about the baby boomers, but after World War II, pretty much everyone said, phew, that was lucky, we're not dead. Good, the war's over.
Yeah.
And they started having lots of babies. And that is a thing that continued from 1946 all the way up to the year I was born in 1964. Why is that relevant? Where's he going with this? Well, I am 61 years old, and I'm the youngest of the baby boomers. The baby boomers are the wealthiest generation that the UK, the USA, Europe has ever seen. Why is that relevant? Well, we're all in our 60s, 70s, even 80s, and therefore the houses, businesses, money, stocks and shares is beginning to get passed down the generations. So if I picked just the UK, for instance, the wealth transfer from the baby boomers is 5.5 trillion, which is a lot of money, even in Monaco.
It's a hard amount of money to even fathom.
Yeah, it is. The way I've simplified it in my mind is it's approximately twice the GDP of the UK. So everything, for anyone who doesn't know what GDP is, it's all the stuff, all the services, all the cost of coffees, all the banks, everything that the UK produces in a whole year. Well, the baby boomers have got 2 years worth of that.
Wow.
Stored up, saved in their pockets, bank accounts, houses, whatever, and they're passing it down the generations. So the questions I'm asking really, given that that's a fact, it's happening, are you involved in that? So are you a baby boomer like me that's thinking about now, well, how do I pass this wealth on? Because I don't particularly want to give it to Rachel from accounts.
No.
So I don't know if you want to do that. I don't want to do that. And, or are you one of the people that's going to inherit it? Because the number one financial car crash that I see is when somebody has had, you know, a modest, normal amount of money, and suddenly they've got tons.
Yeah.
So think lottery winner, think Premier League football player.
Yeah.
So looking at lottery winners in particular, 90% of them are bankrupt within a year. So if you've got, or if you are a child or a grandchild, or if you're a parent or a grandparent that's pushing money down the generations, have you thought that through? And I asked a series of questions, which I refer to in the full predictions document. Startling fact, for example, 75% of people in the UK don't have a will.
No.
So imagine you've got two houses, you know, you've got a house you live in and maybe a seaside house in Kent or something, you know, if you're a typical person in the southeast, or well, not typical, but many people would be there, and you've got £2 million worth of houses. Well, the first £500,000 will be inheritance tax free, and then you've got £1.5 million quid, and the government will come and take 600,000 off of your kids. Do you want that? Most people haven't thought about that. Most people haven't thought about one of my relatives, for instance, my great aunt Peggy. She got put in a nursing home at the age of 76. She passed away at the age of 96.
Wow.
She went in with £2 million quid. She came out, well, she didn't come out, but her will had 16,000 in it.
Wow, that's a massive drop off.
Well, yeah, okay. So if you are, and many people do, bless you.
Thank you.
If you end up in a position that you need a care home or nursing home, or even if you need people to come into your home to care for you, the NHS don't pay anything until your net assets are down to 17,000.
Wow, so this is one of the reasons actually I wanted to get into trading.
Okay.
I heard about how much it would cost to look after my parents in
Yes.
their later years if
Yes.
they need that type of
Yeah, yeah.
care. And I thought it was shocking that the government forced the sale basically of the property in order to pay for their
all
care.
assets, stock shares, everything.
All assets. And then how much it costs to actually look after them, even
Yeah.
in standard care, not
Yeah, yeah.
let alone good quality care.
Yes. Yeah, well, I've spent time in a few care homes that I personally wouldn't want to get put into.
Yeah.
So, yeah, as a visitor, I mean.
Yeah, so that's why, that was what triggered my desire to build wealth.
Yeah. Yeah, and having built it, very quick example, one of my friends in Liechtenstein is a lawyer. He helps families with all this kind of stuff. And he very efficiently helped an American couple, mum and dad, who owned a furniture business to sell it and then pass those assets down to their children. And these two children inherited $106 million.
Wow.
Very efficiently. 1 year later, they got $6 million left. And they'd had advisors that appeared from nowhere and said, oh, you should buy this restaurant, you should buy this, I think they even bought a casino.
Wow.
And it's like, what are you doing? And so they've gone from 106 to 6. Now, their parents must be just rotating
Yeah, yeah.
like washing machines in the
Yeah,
grave.
yeah.
So in my view, our job as wealth educators, let's call it that, which broadly we both are,
Yeah.
is to help create wealth and then protect it. And part of that protection is the efficient transfer to the next generation, in most cases, because I appreciate not everyone's got kids. But
Yeah. They are different skill sets.
yes,
The creating of wealth is one skill set, the protecting of it is another.
Absolutely.
And then passing it on effectively
Abs-
and efficiently is definitely another one as well.
yeah, yeah. But I mean, probably, well, possibly most people would know, many people would know that my background is property. So all of my money originally came from property, but I'm now doing all kinds of things, including, this might be interesting, trading by proxy.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we can maybe talk about that.
Yeah.
But my objective as part of wealth creation and wealth protection is to have a fully diversified portfolio.
Yeah.
By which I mean, yes, property, of course, because it's the core, it's the only asset you can borrow against to any significant degree. Going to Barclays, get a 90% mortgage if you're going to go live, you know, whatever. It's really the only asset class that gives you a reliable income stream. I know trading does, but it's not necessarily like that, is it?
No.
It might be a bit more like that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I love property, but having got to pick your own figure, 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, or whatever, and it's really not that hard with property. If you've got 5 properties, you're probably a millionaire. If you've got 10, you're a multi-millionaire.
Unless you started investing like I did in Middlesbrough and realised that may have not been the best decision.
Oh, okay.
5 properties, you could still be under $500,000.
Okay. Yeah, well, yeah, okay, but I mean, this building we're sat in is one of
Yeah.
my buildings. I bought it without paying a deposit, a bit like an option. Well, it was an option.
Yeah, yeah.
So there's a high degree of read over between trading and property when you get to the more advanced level.
Yeah.
So this building is currently unencumbered and it's worth 1.5 million. So this one building, if you're in commercial property,
Yeah.
you could be a millionaire already.
Yeah.
So having achieved that, in my case through property, and you know, good luck to you however you did it, what do you then do with the money? And when I talk about trading to other people, not to you, most people when I talk about trading imagine I'm talking about the stock market and just the stock market, and they really focus on this kind of idea of being a day trader
Yeah, they do.
who buys and sells shares.
Yeah.
And I think it's Warren Buffett that said 90% of day traders are bust within 90 days
Yeah.
because they just
Yeah, it's so intense for them.
yeah, and they don't typically have any rules. They're going
No
off
strategy.
hunches.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, and I know people that their strategy is to just go and buy Nvidia shares,
Yeah.
and that's it.
Yeah.
And I just did a little mental calculation. That if you paid half a £500,000 for some Nvidia shares, do you know how much dividend you would have earned in the last 12 months?
No.
So £500,000 in, the actual dividend return for your princely £500,000 of Nvidia shares will be £185.
What?
Not per day or per week,
Total,
in a year.
which is nothing
Yeah,
for $500,000.
yeah.
Flipping heck.
And the reason I put that into my little head is shortly, in the next few months, we're buying £2 million worth of property in Birmingham, 6 flats. Buying 6 so we don't have to pay the extra stamp duty, it's commercial stamp duty, blah, 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 whatever, it doesn't really matter. But the point is, if you landed from Mars and had a one-day education on wealth, and you had £500,000, to go and put it in Nvidia shares for £185, or to own 6 flats in Birmingham,
Yeah.
the 6 flats in Birmingham's getting my vote.
Yeah, yeah.
But then you've got this concentration risk. And like I started to say, whatever point you're at, whether it's 1 million, 2 million, 3 million, whatever it is, where do you start to put your money so that you diversify and have multiple income streams? Because
Yeah.
again, Mr. Buffett says, average millionaire's got 7 streams of income.
Yeah.
And so if you're all concentrated in UK property and you've got Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer, you might not feel very safe. So
Yeah.
where else are we going?
Yeah.
Which is one of the reasons that I was so interested in Star Trading, because you're not teaching day trading, are you?
No, I mean we can, but that's not where we start people
No.
because it.
And you're looking for particular patterns,
Yeah.
particular trades.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And even if we are, what we teach them is swing trading, which
Yeah.
is a higher time frame to day trading, which makes it less intense. But those same structures and systems, once you've mastered it at that level, you can day trade with, and become very, very successful that way as well.
Well, yeah, because the obvious consequence of what Warren Buffett said, 90% of day traders go bust within 90 days, is that 10% don't.
Yeah.
So if you're one of the 10%, fill your boots.
Yeah.
But for me, I love everything. I've done the star trading courses, and like many things in my life, I want to do it. But that means for me, I want it to happen, but I don't want to do it.
Yeah.
So I've funded the account of one of the people in star trading, and I'd far rather do it that way than actually. So I did the theory, understood the theory, did the courses.
Yeah.
Worked with Josh as the mentor. So yeah, it was fantastic.
Yeah.
And I do think that's education in a general sense. I'm a education junkie. And if I look at the history of things and apply some of the principles that you teach, that's one of the reasons that I was able to synthesize the various pieces of information that hit in me. And I want to give a particular example, if it's okay, of a trade that I did in September. This is a bigger trade, and it was with silver. And the result has absolutely shocked me, because if you think about a normal person, and I don't mean that in any disrespectful way, a normal person that's working hard, doing their job, by the time they're 65 or 70, they probably own, the average person, 70% of people in the UK own houses, not rent.
Yeah.
So typically someone would have paid their mortgage off, and the magic age is actually 56. That is the average age at which a Brit pays off their mortgage, very, very similar in the States and France and Germany. So it's mid-50s. And they've worked their entire life to get to that point.
Yeah.
What residual wealth have they got after living expenses and tax? Well, generally, their house
Yeah.
and a pension.
Oh, come back.
Hello. What's happened?
It's just
Oh.
because we're not moving over there.
Yeah, fine. All right. See, Lewis asked me to keep you in the dark about some of the more secret things that we want to talk about.
Or
Sorry about that.
clandestine, yeah.
Yeah. So, where was I? Yes. So the average Brit, 50, 60 years old, has got the home they live in. So let's call it a £250,000 house. 250, 300,000, something like that, and a pension. The average Brit's pension, by the time they hit retirement age, is £105,000,
Okay.
with which they then go and buy an annuity or do whatever they do in retirement. So if you took their total wealth, it's somewhere between 350 and £400,000 after all living expenses.
Mm-hmm.
So hold on to that figure in your head, £350,400,000. I became convinced in September that silver was about to break out. And so I invested initial £500,000. And at the time, silver was roughly £1,000 a kilo. That was going well. So in October, this is this year, so as we record this, I'm talking, 6, 8, 10 weeks ago or something. I invested another £500,000. So my total in was £1 million, for which I was the proud owner of 880 something kilos of silver. As we sit here today, that same silver is worth roughly 1.4 million.
Wow.
The reason that humbles me is using the skills that I've acquired along the way, be it property, assets, trading, I was able to place a trade. I haven't exited it yet, and silver's up another, again, as I mean, I can't tell you what it's going to be by the time you watch this, but today it's up another 3%.
Mm-hmm.
So that £1 million in is now worth 1.4 million.
Yeah.
And the way I've structured it is tax-free, which is, I know what you do as well.
Yeah.
So I've just made, in 10 weeks, the same amount of money that most Brits or Americans would have as residual wealth in their entire life. And I've done it in 10 weeks.
Yeah.
Now, that to me is, it's just genuinely humbling.
Mm-hmm.
And if I can be some part of helping other people to do that same thing,
Yeah.
I'd love it.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Which is
love
why
it.
we do what we do.
Exactly why we do what we do.
So going back to kind of predictions for a moment, and
Yeah.
you are originally a property guy,
Yeah.
and a lot of the people who are with us today are either interested in property
Yeah.
or are investing in property. What are some of the kind of themes or patterns or predictions you've got for 2026?
For property?
For property.
Yeah, okay. So if I give you kind of two answers, and if we focus on the UK and then the rest of the world maybe?
Yeah, that'd be really good.
Okay, so the Labour government came to power roughly 18 months ago, and without going into detail, and I'm not mudslinging here, but it's just a fact, that two of the most senior three Labour politicians have got into quite a lot of trouble with housing.
Yeah.
And that's with the existing rules.
Yeah.
The reason I'm saying that, and I'll come back to it in a second, so Angela Rayner lost her job as Deputy Prime Minister and Housing Minister, oops, because she failed to pay the correct amount of stamp duty. And you'd have thought someone in that position would have had appropriate advice.
Yeah.
You would have thought.
You'd have hoped.
Well, yeah. Interpret as you will, but just fact, she's gone.
Yeah.
For now. She may be back. And then, of course, Rachel Reeves didn't do the same thing. She did a separate thing. So, as I'm sure everybody knows, if you're the Chancellor of the Exchequer, you get number 11 Downing Street, next door to the Prime Minister, which means you don't need your family home. She's got a grace and favour house in the country as well. So she decides, quite reasonably, I'm going to rent out my family home where I was living before I got given these two rather nice houses rent-free.
Yeah.
And she was told by two separate estate agents that she needed a licence in writing.
Yeah.
She then denied she knew anything about that, got caught, and somehow she's still in a job.
Yeah.
But I would say, if it's possible, that diminished her reputation. And I'll say that advisedly because I'm not really sure it's possible to diminish it any further when it's already on the floor. So the big piece of news for the UK property market next year is something called the Renters' Rights Act.
Mm-hmm.
Some people refer to it as the Rent Reform Act, which was the old Tory name for it. So Labour changed it and enacted it largely as the Tories were going to, a few tweaks. So it's now called the Renters' Rights Act 2025, which refers to when it was passed. It comes into force on the 1st of May 2026. And essentially it gives lifetime tenancies. So you're a landlord, I'm a landlord, I move into one of your houses, for example. From day one, I have the right as a renter to tell you I'm leaving in 8 weeks. You do not have the right to remove me for any reason other than a very, very short list, which include things like you're going to sell it, you're going to move into it yourself, or your mum's moving into it, or something like that.
Yeah.
And you actually have to do those things. So if you booted me out and said, sorry, see you later, Paul, you will not be allowed to rent that property for 1 year after
Wow.
moving me out. You will actually have to put it on the market if you told me that. As soon as I move in, I've got 6 months to challenge the rent. So I agree to the rent, I sign a rent contract, but for the first 6 months I can take you to a rent tribunal and say that, well, I don't know what I was thinking, whatever.
Wow.
You are only allowed to put the rent up once a year, special form, so what? Well, the so what is that every time you try and put the rent up on me, you have to give a reason in writing. Yeah. And if I don't like it, or if I think it's too much, I can take you to a rent tribunal, which is free for me as a renter. It's not for you. You're going to need professional representation. And until that tribunal happens, which no one knows, it could be a month, it could be 2 months, it could be 6 months, the rent increase isn't allowed to be put in place.
Wow.
So I could talk, but long story short, government recently surveyed, I call them amateur landlords, so that's people that own properties in their own name. And even without fully understanding what's about to happen to them, 50% of them said they want to sell up. There's 2.5 million such landlords in the UK. So even if they've only got one property each, and they, on average, they've got nearly 2, but they keep it 1, that means that in the next 6 months, something like 1.2 million rental properties are probably going to come on the market. And even though there's a property shortage in the UK, if you flood the market with 1 million plus properties, the price is going to go down.
Yeah.
Conversely, Blackstone, which is the biggest asset manager, property asset manager in the world, American firm, 660 billion of property under management, just bought 17,000 houses in the UK. So you've got this dynamic where the professionals set up properly through a limited company with rent guarantees, with all the right insurance, that know what they're doing, which is like your typical Touchstone student, are buying. And the amateurs that just accidentally became a landlord, inherited a property, two people get together, they've got a house each. Oh, well, we'll live in this one, we'll rent that one. This is typically how people become landlords. They're panicking.
Yeah.
And they don't even understand yet. So combine that with the other dynamic in the background is that Labour said they're going to build 1.5 million houses. No chance. Like, none. Because we're 1.5 years in, and the Tories were building circa 200,000, well, not the Tories, but the country under the Tories' leadership were building 200,000. It's now gone down to 150,000 under Labour. And Savills just published quite a major report that said if the UK is lucky, there'll be 750,000 houses built.
Wow.
So there's a short-term supply shock, oversupply, 6 months. Long-term, over the next 3, 4, 5 years, property prices, by the time the Labour government is, well, I don't know, elected, re-elected, gone.
Gone.
Everybody weeping as they leave. Maybe not. Cheers of joy. Savile think that property prices are going up by 25% in the UK, and I think that's too low. So I think property prices are going up over the 3 to 5 year period, but there could be, probably will be, a dip for the first 6 months of next year because of the Renters' Rights Act. Then that, for me, is the time, if you're a crypto trader, you want to buy the dip. So if houses were Bitcoin, what I'm saying is for the next 6 months, buy the dip.
Yeah.
And you're going to see that January, February onwards.
Yeah. Amazing. Really, really good insights. Really good insights. Okay, so that's one prediction for what's going to happen in property. We've talked a little bit about future-proofing because of what can happen in the future. What's kind of some of your other major predictions? And obviously people can join one of your webinars to hear all of them. We'll send out a resource of your predictions as well. But what's kind of one, if you were to pick, this is a good question, if you were to pick one of your predictions that you think people really need to pay attention to, what would be the one prediction that is like the most impactful for people to become aware of?
Okay, that's a great question. My general thesis is that fiat money, money issued by governments, is becoming less and less valuable. I don't know if everybody out there picked it up, as well as cutting the US interest rate at the Fed, the Federal Reserve, at the beginning of December. As well as doing that, they also turned the money printer back on. So they're not calling it quantitative easing, but it is quantitative easing.
Yeah.
They've got some other fancy name for it, which don't worry about what they're calling it, but basically the money printer's back on. So having been tightening and tightening and tightening global liquidity is now going the other way.
Yeah.
The number one asset class that all central banks, without exception, around the world are buying is gold. So if you don't do anything else, and if you've got some spare money, and it is important to you, so it's not like, it's spare money that I don't need to feed myself next week, and I can afford to put it on the 315 at Chepstow or something.
Yeah.
I don't mean that kind of spare money. I mean money that you don't need today, but you want it in the future, so you want it to grow in the future. My number one recommendation would be to get very familiar with gold. And in many jurisdictions around the world, you can buy and sell gold without paying tax. So in the UK, for instance, you can do that if you buy sovereigns, gold sovereigns, issued by the Royal Mint. So there's no VAT, there's no capital gains, blah, blah, blah. And if you can invest in gold, then I would.
Yeah.
In fact, never mind, I would. I do.
Yeah. So we've done silver.
Yes.
We've done gold.
Yes.
Brilliant. I think they're definitely a top one to have there. And I do invest in all of those things as well.
Just be careful with silver. It's called the devil's metal for a particular reason. Its volatility is 10x gold.
Really?
Yeah. So, and the silver market globally is less than 10% of the gold market.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's good at the moment, but it can rapidly turn from very good to very bad.
And again, I think it's a really good point to make, but if you are thinking longer term, you can't really lose when it comes to gold and silver.
Okay, so gold, no. If you look, for instance, the last 15 years at gold in either dollars or pounds, you've got double-digit returns year on year. Yeah, you've maybe got a year it goes backwards 2% or something.
Yeah.
But if you held it for 15 years, history shows us it's a double-digit, 10% plus compound growth. And last 12 months for gold in dollars or pounds has just been insane. It's more than 50%.
Yeah.
And in fact, in the last 2 years, it's more than double. Silver, on the other hand, is just a different thing. Silver is now at an all-time high. The previous all-time high was, can't remember if it was 2013 or 2014, but it went up like a rocket, and it then halved, and it stayed halved for more than a decade. Gold has never done that. Silver has.
Yeah.
So
when we're thinking long term with silver, we're thinking longer term
yeah, very
than
long
we're thinking
term.
with gold.
And also think, you know, if it's a fairground ride, with silver you're on a roller coaster, you're like, way, whoa.
Yeah.
If gold is more like you're on one of those carousels with the horse that goes up and down.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a lot less scary, and you're a lot less likely to kill yourself.
Yeah.
So you know, even if you fell off, get a few bruises, but
Yeah.
that's an analogy I haven't used before. I'm not sure it's right, but
Yeah. Yeah.
silver is definitely scary.
Yeah. Yeah. I love it all. One of my favorite things to do is to trade the markets tax free, gold or silver market, make profits specifically on those two markets.
Yeah.
And I kind of have an internal mechanism that when I make money specifically on those two markets, I go and buy them as a physical asset.
Yeah.
I just quite like that.
Yeah.
So I trade it electronically.
Yeah.
And then I go and buy it physically. It's a great way to go.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then probably the only major asset class we've touched on shares and pretty much everything else. Crypto. Bless you.
Sorry.
Crypto is a favourite of mine, but not crypto generally, just Bitcoin.
Yeah.
I only invest in Bitcoin. And my internal rule, you were talking about rules, which is what triggered it in my brain, is for every euro, because my main currency is euro,
Yeah.
I invest in Bitcoin. I counterbalance that with a euro in gold. So my gold and Bitcoin are mirrored.
Brilliant.
And that's, it serves me.
Yeah. So, final point.
Yes.
Just so people are aware, because I'm not sure we mentioned at the start, what's your accuracy on your predictions over the past few years?
In excess of 95%.
Well, I think they're definitely worth listening to then.
Well, the other thing that might be interesting to people is, if I look at the last 2 years in particular, I was doing all right up until 2 years ago. So over my entire life until the age of 59, so 2 years ago, I've taken, not mine, but mine and Aniko, my wife's net worth, to just over 50 million. By following my own advice in the last 2 years, we've doubled it. So it's now over 100 million. And I'm not saying that to piss anybody off. It's just, I take my own medicine.
Yeah.
I don't tell people do that, and then I do that instead.
Yeah.
So what I'm actually sharing is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
So I might be right, I might be wrong, but I do believe it because that's where I put my money.
Yeah. Brilliant. Fantastic. Well, thank you for joining us, Paul.
Thank you, Lewis, as always.
And make sure you click the link. We'll send out the information about Paul's predictions and where you can join him for his next webinar, where he goes into more detail on all of these and how it's going to impact you.
Yeah, thank you. And when we've both made a lot more money, we'll put more money in the meter so the lights don't go off.
Yes, we'll do that. Yeah, it's a good idea. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Lewis. Brilliant. Have a great 2026.
Wasn't that absolutely brilliant? I'm just going to get Paul's predictions and put them into the chat for you. Du-du-du. There we go. Lovely. So just posted that into the chat. It's just downloading. So make sure you do grab that. There's lots of predictions in there. We obviously only could touch the surface really on what it was that we were talking about in our 30-minute window. Just says, I'm a non-trader and I understood perfectly. That's brilliant. That's really good. Paul is very, very good at breaking things down. But also, Jesse, let's change that in 2026, shall we? Everyone who is already a star trader, do you think Jesse should get on it with the trading? Yes or no? Not to put any peer pressure on you at all there, Jesse. So there we go. Lovely stuff. So this is actually something which has also happened. So me and Andres were talking, Andres who was speaking just before lunch. And do you think it would be pretty cool if we could, through his labs in different parts of the world, including Cambridge University, we could do a study on how the psychology, the actual brain chemistry psychology, changes, is affected by traders, and see if there's a different performance level, something going on in terms of what makes one trader more successful versus another one. We could do actual proper research with like what they call sticky bits on the brain that will actually do some analysis on the brain waves, the brain chemistry, the brain patterns, all of that kind of stuff. I think it'd be pretty cool. Razzie says, I would break the machine. Well, let's see if we can do that. I mean, I'm not sure that should be the goal or the target, but I think it'd be pretty interesting to have that. So I'm not gonna make any promises on that, but I'm gonna continue that conversation with him and see if we can make it happen. He's got one of the most amazing brains in the way he thinks about stuff and the way he is so, what's the word for it? Interested and curious about how things work, particularly the brain. And so I think it would be really, really cool to have him do some research on that kind of stuff as well. Uh, uh, Jan says you'll be a guinea pig as well. Brilliant. Me too. So, now it's time for you guys to do some work, but I'm going to give you 60 seconds to get up. You've been sat down all day. Get up, walk around, grab yourself a cup of tea or something for the next 60 seconds. For the next 60 seconds, I'm not going to talk about anything useful or important. I'm just going to say things. Actually, I'm just going to go silent for 60 seconds to let you guys get stood up and have a little bit of a move around just so you can. Literally just 60 seconds. Tommy says, biggest regret I have is I wasted a month to join and the prices then went up by 30%. Wish you'd done it sooner. Yep, you got to take action. We have to honor our words. We did have a price increase over that time, and unfortunately, our prices only ever go in one direction. So I think what would be cool about doing that thing with Andres is we can literally say that our methodology and the reason we do what we do in terms of how we help traders is science backed, with full-on research behind it as well at Cambridge University. How cool would that be? So I'm going to see if I can make that happen. Da-da-da. Uh, John says you're counting. Oh no! Well, I'm glad one of us was, John, because I wasn't counting. So let me know when we're at the 60 seconds, or if you've done your 60 steps. I think we're probably about there, aren't we? We're probably about there. Right, so now it's time for us to do the work. So we've had some inspiration, we've had some knowledge, we've had some really great stuff, we've had some tools given to us as well. Just give me a big yes in the chat if you have found today helpful so far, inspirational, challenging, helping you think about what your goals are going to be and some of the things you maybe want to pull into what you want to achieve, what you want to do, or how you want to go about achieving them in 2026. Brilliant, seeing lots of yeses there. Yes, very thought-provoking indeed, Ed. Very much so. So we have got about an hour together, just under an hour together. I want to start pulling some of those things together. Some of you said you're only about 60% clear on what it is you want to achieve with your goals next year. So we're going to go through some exercises here, which is this kind of just me guiding you and you doing the work. And this is kind of the process I go on for myself as well. And again, this is fairly light touch, but should help at least give you some focus for the next year. So what I want you to do is write out 1 or 2 goals for each of these areas that I'm going to share with you. Now, I'm just thinking 12 months. So by this time next year, I like to do 10 years, like Jay talks about, 10 years, 5 years, and 1 year. We're going to do just 1 year here, though. And I want you to be bold. So 1 or 2 goals across all of these areas. Now, if in one of those areas you aren't interested in creating a goal for that, that's okay. I've just put the list in the chat, by the way. So the areas are finances, family, friendships, spirituality, career, contribution, health, both physical and mental. Now, I want you to do this on a piece of paper if you can. I don't want you to necessarily write these into the chat because there's some things I want you to do there. Hodley, if you're just writing back what I've said to you already. So don't pick the area just yet. I want on a piece of paper 1 or 2 goals for each of those areas. Awesome, I'm seeing thumbs up. Brilliant. And when you've got 1 or 2 there for it, then I just want you to what word are we going to use? Just use the number 1. There we go. Just put the number 1 in the chat when you have got 1 or 2 goals across each of those areas. And again, there's no rush on this. I'm going to see if I can get some relaxing music on in the background as well. I don't know if you'll be able to hear this music if I play it. Oh, it should be able to. Right. See if we can share this. Gary, you can if you want to. You can cheat indeed. And again, they may have changed a little bit. So that's all good too. And can you just give me a quick yes in the chat if you can now hear this light music in the background? Lovely. And if you've got any questions as you're doing this, feel free to ask. And people often ask, what do you mean by spirituality? Whatever spirituality means to you, that's what I mean for there. And people often ask, what do we mean by contribution? Contribution is like charity, or just something to give back to others, which you aren't necessarily doing for work or for benefit. It's just you want to contribute back. Remember, when you do have 1 or 2 goals for each of these areas, just put the number 1 in the chat so I can kind of keep track of where we're at. And if you have already done that, then feel free to maybe add in 1 more, maximum 3 per area. And if that feels limiting, good. Because you can't have too many goals. You're not going to necessarily be able to achieve absolutely everything. There's only about 10% of you who managed to do all of your goals already, so I'm definitely going to wait a bit longer. So what we are doing, for those of you who've just joined, we are creating goals, 1 or 2 goals across each of these areas. And then once you've got 1 or 2 goals, those areas, then just put the number 1 into the chat, just so I know that. I'll wait just a couple more minutes. Lauren, I'm stuck on the idea of goals and stretch goals based on Jay's talk. So what I would say is don't worry about that just yet. I know, Lauren, from previous comments you made that we're kind of in a new spot, which is quite exciting, but can be hard to think about, okay, what are the goals I actually want? So if it's a little bit harder, it might take a little bit longer, then that's okay. But I wouldn't think too much about stretch goals just now. Just think, okay, what would I like life to look like in 12 months' time across each of these areas? I'd like to spend more time with my family, or I'd like to spend less time with my family. Again, it's your goals. It's whatever you want it to be. Just 2 more minutes, and then we'll move on to the next part. That means you've got 2 minutes to meditate, as Andres says. No pressure. Go. Be less stressed. Oh, I'm going to write that down. Yogis. I think that might be a Google job later, Denise. Okay, so now we've got those 1 or 2 goals across each of those areas for the next 12 months. What I want you to do is, out of that list of goals you now have, circle the 3 goals which are the most important to you, and you only get 3. So circle the 3 goals which are the most important to you. And then when you've got those, just put the number 3 in the chat. I want you to pick correctly. Don't just rush through this. Which 3 are the most important for you? Yeah, as these guys are doing, when you've got those 3, just put 3 down. Awesome, lovely. So these should be your non-negotiable goals. That's the way I kind of describe them. These are your non-negotiable ones. These are the ones which we know we want to make happen by the end of 2026. Now, there's loads of stuff here about writing goals and everything like that. I actually did a little bit of, I made a note of it. I was doing some research the other day. So only 9% of people who set New Year's resolutions actually achieve it. And up to 92% of people fail to follow through on their resolution at some point during the year. And I don't want that to happen to you. So these are the 3 non-negotiables. We will make these happen. And very much what we want to do is turn them into the time, date, all of that kind of stuff. Now, I'm not going to work on all of that with you because we know we want to achieve it by the end of 2026. That's our goal. Now, you may want to say 24th of December 2026. That's what we want to achieve it by, because I still have some time for Christmas. Don't want to be mad trying to panic and finish and hit whatever that goal might be. And we can do some stepping back, reverse engineering what we need to do per quarter, per month, per week, per day in order to make that happen. But I'm not going to do that with you just yet. We might do that, but not just yet. So when it comes to these 3 that you have selected, I want you to be really honest with yourself here. Are those 3 goals big enough? Yes or no? Can we make them bigger? Yes or no? So are they big enough? Can we make them bigger? What do you guys think? Nikki says bigger. Brilliant. Which is good, Gary. On reflection, probably not. That's good. Means we're aiming for the right target. Means we're aiming for the right target. Can expand them. Okay, so those of you who said you probably could make them a little bit bigger, we could maybe stretch it a little bit. I'm not going to delve with you into the psychology just yet of why we've gone smaller versus bigger, but I want you to now go through just the top 3. Forget the other ones for now, or the other ones, work on them later. But how could, exactly that, Muriel, stretch goals, how could we stretch them a little bit more, yet still believing it's possible, but how could we stretch that belief a little bit more and actually achieve more within that goal? So I want you to work on that now. And when you've got that in place, just let me know, and just put the word stretch in the chat so I know that you've stretched those 3 main goals out of it. But again, within our belief system, because if you set a goal that you really can't believe, as Jay was talking about, you're never really going to take the action to be able to create that. Do you know what's really interesting in this, again, me filling the silence? I love doing these events because I always learn something. Even though I'm reading and learning all through the year, whenever you spend intentional time and I listen to Jay and I hear something new from what Jay says every time I hear him talk. And again, what Jace was saying as well, a lot of us know what to do. It's just a case of actually doing it. And I think a lot about my health and fitness journey, it seems to be one thing I just never seem to quite stay consistent with. And I do love to eat, I really do. So where are my beliefs showing up in that in an unhealthy way, which is stopping me having the results that I want? Because I do believe I could have the body that I want, but why don't I? What other belief is kicking in that is stopping that activity happening, that I know if I do this, then I will get that? And I think one of the things I don't believe is possible, or rather requires more effort than I've really been willing to put in, because I've counted the cost subconsciously and decided it's not worth it, is the effort of when I am traveling a lot, it's too hard to eat healthily and eat well and to do exercise. That's a belief I hold, even though I know it's not a true reality. Does that make sense? Which really means it just becomes an excuse. And I'm challenging myself a lot more in different areas of my life, but particularly with health and fitness, because that's something I struggle with, on my own excuses. Because a reason may be true, but it's not a reality. So it's true that I'm busy, I'm rarely at home, I'm constantly traveling, and I'm eating out at restaurants a lot. But it's not true that that is the reason why I'm not in the physical shape that I want to be and I don't eat the right foods. I know what foods serve me well and foods that don't. So why do I keep choosing foods that don't serve me? Because I love them and they're blooming tasty. But what's more important to me, that momentary sensory pleasure of tasty food, or the reality I want to actually live in? Lauren says, mine can often be, I don't have time. Exactly. And there's an element of reality in there, isn't there? But is it true? And it is all down to choices, I believe. Exactly that. So I'm learning to make better choices. I'm learning to choose better, but what is it about my belief system and my habit system that is causing me to make choices that don't serve what I say I truly want? That's a big question. That's a very, very big question. Right, so I started talking there and probably stopped you and distracted you all. So let me know with the word stretch in the chat when you've got your stretch goal. For those three that we've highlighted. John, you're totally right. And one of the things I'm learning is that I'm fairly ADHD, undiagnosed, but tick all the boxes. And we do really like to have exactly that. We get dopamine hits from good food, and we also like variety. And it's why I love a fizzy drink, but I like a small fizzy drink. I don't like the whole thing because it gives me that sensory overload of the fizziness. A can of Diet Coke just fizzes perfectly for me. And so I need that hit. So a lot of people with ADHD are addicted to fizzy drinks because they need that hit. So I tick that box as well. I wouldn't say I'm actually addicted to them, but I do love them. And I get into a habit with them where I end up having them every single day. Well, I've just realised I'm lying to myself and all of you because I am addicted to fizzy drinks because I have one the moment I wake up in the morning. Don't I? Because my new tonics, which are the healthy version of a fizzy drink, they're fizzy drinks. I've just done it anyway to give myself that dopamine hit in the morning. Flipping heck. Right. Mirror. Anybody else feeling that? So, awesome. Lots of you got your stretches there. Subconscious needing to catch up with our conscious. Yes. But unfortunately, my subconscious is slow. Right. What's my next question for you? Okay, right. So we can make them bigger. Next question is the way you are currently behaving, currently believing, currently operating going to make it possible for you to achieve those goals with ease? Give me a yes or a no in the chat. So is the way that you're currently behaving, believing, and operating going to make it possible for you to achieve those goals with ease? What do you guys think? Lots of you say no. I say no. Jules says no, not yet. See, and by the way, can I just say thank you to all of you being so honest, because the work of growth, personal growth, really comes down to self-mastery, self-reflection, and honesty with ourselves, because we can never move forward if we don't understand how we're operating right now. John says some changes are definitely needed. Simon says not yet. Yes, I'm totally there with you on that, Hodoleve. Totally. Brilliant. Okay, so yes, 2 of the 3. Brilliant. So there's one that we need to work on there. And the reason why I put that word in there, ease, is also to challenge you, because I believe that when we're working towards stuff, I've got no problem with hard work, but the process should be a flowing process. The more ease we can bring into that process, the better. So if it is a yes that you are going to achieve them with the way you're currently believing, behaving, and operating, then that's great. But let's refine it even more, because what we really need to change, and you probably are bored of me banging on about it, we need to change you. We need to change how you show up, what you believe, who you believe that you are, so that we can have a full mental shift, an identity belief system upgrade to achieve those goals. Because if you believe you are the type of person who can only have what you have now, you're not going to do what it's required to get what you actually want to have. So, for example, what's my favorite food? Can anyone tell me what my favorite food is? I'm sure some of you know this already. What am I obsessed with? Yes, John's got it. Chinese. I mean, I do love an Italian as well, Simon. I won't lie. But yeah, hey Nora, didn't see you sneak in. So yes, I am absolutely obsessed with Chinese. But that is something which I'm constantly saying out loud. So then my identity shifts and creates that as a reality for its identity. I'm Lewis, the guy that's obsessed with Chinese takeaway. And there's a lot of truth in that, but how long do I want to let that be my identity? How long do I want to let that mean on a Wednesday night when I'm hungry and I can't be bothered to cook, well, I'm going to get a Chinese takeaway because my identity is I'm Lewis that loves a Chinese takeaway? Does that make sense? So I've created this identity that then keeps me trapped in an operating system that doesn't let me actually move towards the goals that I want to have, because I know how important it is to eat non-processed whole foods that actually serve my body and give my body energy, versus processed food that tastes amazing, that I love, but always makes me feel rough the next day. And it's because there's an identity piece that I've locked myself into of Lewis, the guy that loves Chinese takeaway. Give me a yes if that makes sense. It can't be baklavas because I'm allergic to nuts. And so one of the things I'm doing to help shift my identity is I'm creating new rules and new systems, new habit structures that will come out of those new rules. So last year, you may know that I gave up chips and I gave up crisps. So I haven't, for the whole of 2025, eaten any crisps or any chips, because I got into a habit of eating crisps every single night in front of the TV. Why? Because I had an identity piece somewhere inside, which is true, because I talked to my friends about this, that I love crisps. I do love crisps. I absolutely love them. And so that became an identity thing that meant every night I end up eating crisps. Why am I doing that? But now I switched that identity. I've become the guy that's obsessed with pork scratchings. What am I doing? So I'm allowing, because I'm not being intentional, I'm allowing these identity pieces to control me and lead me, versus me deciding what my identity is going to be. Give me a yes if that makes sense. And so I'm starting to notice these patterns of behavior and identity pieces show up in other people's lives, show up in my life in different ways in different areas. And that's why I really want to master my health and fitness. So how many years am I going to say I really struggled to be consistent with my health and fitness? What have I just done there? I'm creating an identity trap automatically. So I need to be careful with my own language and shift out of it so I can move towards what I want to have. Exactly that. If it becomes a mantra, you create the truth in it. Instead of munching while watching TV, and out you go, oh, that's an interesting one. Yeah. So I gave up crisps and chips, and I just end up eating pork scratchings, like I said, and chocolate instead. Which, by the way, my body absolutely hates fat. I get gallstones if I eat too much fat. So why am I eating pork scratchings, which are pure fat? And my body hates sugar. It gives me a very bitter, acidic stomach whenever I have sugar. So why am I eating it? It just doesn't make any sense. But there's something going on there in my own belief system. Anyway, you've not come here to be my therapists, but I do thank you all for your service in today's session. I will move it on away from me now. So what we need to change is how you show up, your identity around these different elements of the things you want to achieve. So this is kind of what I'm going through here. So what we really need to do is change our beliefs about ourselves to create capacity and create doorways of possibility into the areas or into the habits that will create the changes that we want, so that our actions can be different and the results that we get will be different as well. So who do you need to be to create the life that you want and achieve the goals that you want? So to help kind of with this process, what I want you to do is write out one thing that you currently do that does not serve you achieving those 3 goals. Thanks, Hodleave. I love you too. So what is something that you currently do that does not serve you achieving those 3 goals? Just write it out on a piece of paper, and it specifically does not serve. And when you've got that one thing that you do that will not serve the achievement of your goals, just put the number 1 in the chat so I know you've got that one thing. Awesome. There we go. So what I want you to do now is I want you to write out 2 beliefs that you currently hold about who you are, or about the world, or about the thing you are trying to achieve, that are currently empowering the wrong behavior. So let me say that again. So what I want you to do is write down 2 beliefs that you have about who you are or about the world or about the thing you are trying to achieve that are empowering the wrong behavior. Let me give you an example. So, say with trading, if you have a belief system, not system, just a belief that says trading is really, really hard to learn, do you think that's going to empower action forward, or sorry, is that going to empower more action towards the goal or less action towards that goal? What do you think? So if you are wanting to master the skill set of trading and you say trading is incredibly hard to learn, is that belief going to motivate you to do more, or is it going to demotivate you to do less? What do you think? Probably going to demotivate you, right? So what I want you to do is think about what are some of the beliefs you have about you, about the world, about the thing you're trying to achieve that is not helping you, is not empowering you, and is probably empowering the wrong behavior. And when you've got 2 beliefs, I want you to write the number 2 in the chat. I'll give you guys a little bit more time. It's only about 15% of you. Just one more minute. Let you guys get those in place. Lovely. So next part of this process that we're going to follow is we are going to think about replacing those beliefs. So to replace them, I want us to create 3 new beliefs or truths about the thing which will empower your behavior that you want to see. So that let's just use our trading example again. I want to master trading. I want to master the skill set of the STAR trading method. So I may say, I believe that I can become an incredibly successful, profitable trader. Now, whether you believe it to be true or not right now, I don't care. The point is we're creating new beliefs which you're going to start believing. And how we're going to start believing them, we're going to come on to in a moment. So I want you to create for 3 new beliefs that are going to empower the behavior you need to see in order to achieve what you want to achieve. And when you've got those, like I said, just put the number 3 in the chat for me. You guys are a lot quicker on these ones. And if you're struggling, by the way, with this, just let me know. Feel free to ask a question. Lovely, lovely. And I'm going to give you another question. So thinking about that goal, just give me a yes in the chat if you know of somebody, whether personally or you know of them through somebody or they're a famous person. Give me a yes if you know of somebody in some capacity who has achieved the thing you want to achieve. Just give me a yes. Oh, Joe, that's a really, really interesting one. So I think a really good question to ask yourself there is why? Why do I believe that? And where does that belief come from? Yeah, and it can be, yeah, Denise, it can be different people for different things. That's totally fine. So first of all, if someone else has achieved it, that means it's possible. So if I say that, what I know just happened then is that when it's possible, some of you, your internal voice went, but it's not necessarily possible for me. Just put me in the chat if you had that automatic trigger, that voice came in. Yep. Is that because I'm psychic? No, it's because I go through exactly the same thing. But I've learned to pay attention to it. So when we have that voice come through, and I want you to, this is really, really important. That voice that's just come through there, that you just heard when I said that, which was an automatic, completely automatic, not intentionally thought that, it's an automatic. I want you to hear it again, intentionally listen to it. I want you to answer, whose voice is it? So if you listen to that voice again, whose voice is it that you're actually hearing? Because a lot of the time, it's not actually your voice. It comes from somewhere else. Sometimes it is your voice, and you've internalized it, but sometimes it's somebody else's voice. So just because I'm nosy, in the chat, if you hear that voice, just put mine or other. So I know if it is your voice or if it's other. Oh, interesting, about a 50-50 split. Yeah, very often it is one of our parents. Very, very often it is one of our parents, or sometimes one of our grandparents, or a teacher from school, or some form of authority figure that we have that spoke in a really emotional stage of our lives or in an emotional state in our life, and it is been absorbed into our brain chemistry. Now, some of us internalize that and make that our voice. Some of us, that hasn't fully become internalized, which is good. Either way, it's fine. The process of getting rid of it is exactly the same. But it's very, very helpful sometimes when you realize it's somebody else's voice. And sometimes when we realize it's somebody else's voice, that can become quite an emotional thing. So it's okay to feel emotional about that. You can choose to reject that voice. You don't have to take what that voice is saying is true. Because just like our emotions are completely valid. They are signals to tell us something is up or that there is something going on. They aren't measurements of truth, shall we say that? Feelings are not measurements of truth. Just because you feel strongly about something, just because you have an emotional reaction to something, doesn't mean the thing you're reacting to is true. And we get to choose our truth. We get to choose our beliefs. So I've gone a little bit off on tangent there because I heard that voice kick in as well, and I knew other people had the same thing. I was going to say yes. So thinking about now those people who've achieved the thing that you want to achieve, which means it is possible. If it's been possible for them, it means it can be possible for us. Yes, it can. Really, the way that we reprogram our subconscious is we program our conscious. So the way we program our conscious is through mantras, is through basic mantras, saying it as often as we possibly can. Now, with those people who we know have achieved it already, I want you to write down 3 things that they believe that allows them to have that success. So what are 3 things those people believe that allows them to have that success? Now, I know this is falling into a little bit of guesswork, but that's fine. the reason we're doing that guesswork is so we can figure out what we need to believe in order to become or to have that same success. Yeah, exactly that. It's stories that we tell ourselves, not necessarily the truth. The question is, thinking about people you know who have achieved the thing you want to achieve, what are 3 things they believe that allows them to have that success or achievement? And when you've got those 3, just put the number 3 in the chat. Awesome, seeing lots of 3s. And this process, by the way, is a lifelong process. What's really good about this process is it's about becoming aware of what's going on and then challenging it. Then when we challenge it, when we become conscious of it and we can challenge it, we can then change it, and then it sinks into our subconscious at that point. Some things are harder to do. Awesome. But what I want you to do now is take all of those beliefs that we've just talked about, and I want you to turn them into some mantras, into some I am statements. So I am blah, 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 blah. So if something that they believe about themselves in order to be successful is that they believe they can't fail, then brilliant. Your statement could become, I am a success. I am able to succeed at anything I put my energy to. Do you see how we're changing it into a statement? It changes the way we believe about ourselves, that will then change our identity, which will therefore change the way that we operate. So I am blah, 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 blah. I'm actually going to make you do 10 of these, which I know is going to feel like hard work for some of you, but it will be rewarding if you stick with it. And when you've got your 10, just put the number 10 in the chat. So for example, when I first started trading, I had a mantra that I used, which was, I am a successful trader. I printed it off and I put it above my bed. Above my desk, not above my bed. And so I would say that to myself over and over again before it was true. So mantras, it's okay to fake it until you make it. So I literally did this 3 days ago, for my health and fitness. When you've got your 10, if you're nice to me, I might be brave and read out my statements. And if you're struggling with this, that's okay, especially if it's the first time you've ever done it. And of course you're going to struggle with it, because remember what we've been talking about? Homeostasis, where your brain and everything about your body chemistry wants to keep you in that homeostasis. So it will fight you doing any form of identity change, because your body physiologically does not like change. Yep, so when you've got your 10 I am statements, just put the number 10 in the chat for me. There's a brilliant book, by the way, on this, which explains why it makes it hard to do. It's Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself by Dr. Joe Dispenza. So would you like to hear mine that I wrote? My fitness journey-ish thing. It's me being brave, maybe being slightly accountable. So I think I've got more than 10. So I am valuing my health and my energy. I am showing love to myself. I am showing I care for myself. I am building habits that align with the version of myself I want to be. I am an active person because I've got an identity thing that says I'm not an active person. And that's my dad's voice saying, I'm lazy, I need to go and do something productive. I've had since being a kid. I'm giving myself energy with my choices. I am preserving and improving my health. I am empowering myself with the ability to say yes to that which serves me, picking food that is actually beneficial for me. I am being healthily selfish. That's my phrase for the year, healthily selfish. I'm leading and living by example. I am feeling energetic. I am feeling sexy in my body. I am proud of my choices. I am in control of my habits. I am in a healthy relationship with food, because I don't think I am. Mainly because when I was growing up, funny enough, Chinese, my parents would get a Chinese if it had been a bad week, and then to celebrate a good week, what would they do? They'd also get a Chinese. So regardless if I was having a bad emotional day or a good emotional day, the answer was always Chinese. And I'm making food serve me. So that's about, I don't know, 15 of them there that I'm using. Do you see now how, if I'm telling myself those things every day, how much easier it's going to be for me to make the right choice? Does that mean I'm going to be perfect every day? Of course not. I'm not expecting perfection, but I know that if I'm telling myself those things each day, reminding myself of those things each day, that it's going to be way easier for me to move forward, take the action, and do the habits that I need to take. Give me a big yes in the chat if that makes sense. Awesome. So just to kind of wrap up here, I'm expecting you guys to delve into this stuff and go over bits and pieces of what we've talked about today as well. But what I want you to do now is thinking about your identity shifting. There's two things I want us to do. The first thing is I want you to give yourself a new name for that identity. So with the things you want to achieve, what is the name of the person that's going to achieve that? And we have stuff always come up like Wise Warrior, Superwoman, Wonder Woman, Fantastic Mum, whatever it might be for you. I want you to think about looking through those I am statements. What's a name for the identity that you can inhabit to again remind yourself, right, I don't want to be my point A person, I want to be this person. And then that's the first one. Let's do that. I keep giving you too much to do in one go. So when you've got that new identity, either just put the word identity in the chat or let me know what your new identity name is. I'd love to know. Because I'm lazy, but don't have to share. So looking at your I am statements, looking at what you want to achieve. What is your new identity name that you can inhabit to help you stick to the processes you want to have? Denise says courage. I love that. Hodleave says genuine Hodleave. I love that as well. Absolutely love that. Oh, I love that, Tommy. Mr. Consistent. Wonder Woman. Love it. Brilliant. So I know it's just a little bit of fun, but what's wrong with having a little bit of fun? But it also does help you have like an alter ego. This is what all famous people do, by the way. Like Beyonce has got Sasha Fierce because it helps her step into that mindset of who she needs to be when she steps onto stage. Super duper important. Superstar trader, love that. Joe the Superwoman, 100%. I can see that. I believe that. Brilliant. Love these. These are brilliant. Yes, exactly. Fun and play. So the last thing I want you to do before we wrap up for the day, and isn't it crazy how quick the day's gone, by the way? I can't believe it's already 3 o'clock. Anyway, so the last thing I want you to do is give yourself a phrase for the year. What's your anchor phrase for the year? What's your guiding star, your North Star? For me, last year it was impact. And we've done a good job of that. I think impact is going to be a word for me for a very, very long time because I want to help as many people as I possibly can have as big a positive impact. But this year, kind of behind closed doors, although I'm telling all of you, even though I said I wasn't going to, it is that line of healthily selfish. So that's my kind of phrase for the year, and I'm going to structure my day, structure my life, and let that inform my decisions very heavily. Oh, I love that. Get shit done, Debbie. I love that. Denise is solid, brilliant, love it. Make it happen. Yes. Keep positive. Yeah. Oh, I like that, Jesse. Reality. Reality is what you make it as well. So I like that as well. I like that a lot. Progress daily. Brilliant stuff. Lovely, lovely. So like I said, this is fairly light touch because the limited time that we've got, but I do hope that it's been really, really helpful. Just realize I'm still playing the music. Really, really helpful. Oh, I like that. Big leaps. That's going to inspire some bravery. I love that. So yeah, I hope it's been really, really helpful. Just give me a big yes in the chat if that's been really helpful. I know that you're going to still revisit some of these goals, go through this process more, delve into some of those mindset pieces of, okay, well, I'm automatically feeling resistance between this and that goal. What is that? What do I need to change? What's showing up in my belief system? Why am I feeling this certain way about it? Where's that voice coming from? What do I need to believe to undo that belief which isn't empowering me and isn't serving me? Jess says, this has awakened a lot in me. Thanks so much. You are welcome. It's what I live for. So it's been my joy to spend the day with you. The date currently for next year's one of these is also, fun enough, the 27th of December. So it seems to fall on the same date, which is pretty cool. Which, does that mean it's a leap year? Maybe. So yeah, it's going to fall on the same day. So I'm looking forward to that. One of the things I'm toying with is the idea of doing maybe online or maybe an in-person day or 2 days once a quarter, maybe just one day in person per quarter. We wouldn't be able to do those ones for free. If they're in person, they would have to be paid for just to kind of cover the cost of room rent and everything like that. If we do them online, they would be free, and it does mean we can have our international audience as well. But if you like the idea of that, then just drop me a message on Instagram or something. If I get enough people saying yes, then we will look to actually do it. But yes, lovely to see you all. Have an incredible 2026. Those of you who are part of Star Trading, remember, you've always got our support. Any point you feel like you need a little bit more help, a little bit more support, please do reach out to us. That's what we are there for. And I'm very excited for your journey in 2026 and everything that you are going to achieve and accomplish. Don't let today be just like, oh, that was a nice thing I did. Refer back to these notes over and over again and build on them as well. Build on them. Absolutely lovely to see you all. I will speak to you all very, very soon. Bye bye.